Welcome back and thank you for staying with the broadcast. We continue with the afternoon session of the sitting of Parliament. The House will continue with two motions and a number of bills as follows. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $30 million from the Caribbean Development Bank consisting of a special funds resource portion in the amount of US 10,800,000 and an ordinary capital resources portion in the amount of US 19,200,000 for the purpose of financing the implementation of policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis response and achieving fiscal stability. Be it further resolved that in the case of the special funds resources portion, the loan is repayable in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date of the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year commencing on the first due date after the expiration of 5 years following the date of the loan agreement, or a later due date specified in writing by the Caribbean Development Bank. Interest is payable quarterly at the rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the special funds resources portion withdrawn and outstanding. In the case of the ordinary capital resources portion, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date of the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, commencing on the first due date after the expiration of 2 years following the date of the loan agreement, or a later due date specified in writing by the Caribbean Development Bank. Interest is payable quarterly at a rate of 4.1% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resources portion withdrawn and outstanding.
Honorable
A
Prime
commitment
Minister,
charge.
we still on the motions.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, it's very sad for me to say that we've just experienced our first death due to COVID. I guess the CMO will make the announcement later this afternoon, and we do have, sad to say, two persons who are critical. We're certainly hoping that we're able to turn the corner with both of them. But again, a day that we had attempted to avoid. Sadly, we've now joined the rest of the world and experienced our first death due to COVID. And for some persons out there who continue to want to think that this is not real, this is real. This is real. And persons who may have thought that COVID doesn't spread fast, it spreads fast. Very fast. And the only solution that we have to the problem right now is practicing the protocols. We've seen citizens around the world that do this with the greatest amount of discipline have the greatest amount of results. And if there is conflict in continuing to have a divide within our society as to whether this is real and whether in fact wearing a face mask matters, it does. So again, I say that before we enter into this motion. So Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Where it is provided in Section 39(1) of the Finance Administration Act, Cap 1501, the Act that the Minister of Finance may, by resolution of Parliament, borrow money from a bank or other financial institution for the capital expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided by Section 42(1) of the Act that there shall be charged on and paid out of the consolidated fund debt charges for which the government is liable. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow the amount of $30 million US from the Caribbean Development Bank, consisting of a special funds resource portion in the amount of US $10,800,000 and an ordinary capital resource portion in the amount of $19,200,000 to finance the implementation of policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis response and achieving fiscal stability. And whereas in the case of the special funds resource portion, the loan is repayable in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date of the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, commencing on the first due date after the expiration of the 5 years following the date of the loan agreement, a later due date specified in writing by the Caribbean Development Bank, interest in payable quarterly at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the special funds resource portion withdrawn and the outstanding. In the case of the ordinary capital resource portion, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date of the first day of January, the first day of April, and the first day of July and the first day of October of each year, commencing on the first due date after the expiration of 2 years following the date of the loan agreement, a latter due date specified in writing by the Caribbean Development Bank. Interest is payable quarterly at a rate of 4.1% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resource portion withdrawn and outstanding. A commitment charge as payable quarterly at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resource portion unwithdrawn. Occurs for the 60th day following the date of the loan agreement. Be it resolved that the Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $30 million from the Caribbean Development Bank, consisting of a special funds resource portion in the amount of $10,800,000 and an ordinary capital resource portion of amount of $19,200,000 for US for the purpose of financing the implementation of the policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis and achieving fiscal stability. Be it further resolved that in the case of the special funds and resources portion, the loan is repayable in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date of the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, commencing on the first due date after the expiration of 5 years following the due date of the loan agreement. The latter due date specified in writing by the Caribbean Development Bank. Interest is payable quarterly at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of special funds resources portion withdrawn and outstanding. In the case of the ordinary capital resource portion, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date of the first day of January, the first day of April, and the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, commencing on the first due date after the expiration of 2 years following the date of the loan agreement. A latter due date specified in writing by the Caribbean Development Bank. Interest is payable quarterly at a rate of 4.1% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resources portion withdrawn and outstanding. A commitment charge payable quarterly at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital portion is unwithdrawn. Mr. Speaker, the resolution before the Parliament is to seek approval for the Government of St. Lucia to borrow $30 million from the Caribbean Development Bank for implementing policy reform initiatives designed to support the government's COVID response. Mr. Speaker, the health and the socioeconomic impact of COVID-19 have placed a heavy financial burden on the government and the people of St. Lucia. We've articulated before in this Honourable House the impact that COVID-19 has had on our economy and on our central government accounts. The reduction in revenue, coupled with the increase in expenditure, has created an urgent financing need. Our social protection systems have been overwhelmed as we have attempted to provide assistance for many households which have been impacted by COVID-19. Whether it was through the income support program, the community feeding program, the expansion of the poverty list, the extension of the barrel concession, the expansion of the education assistance program, or any of the other relief measures. Mr. Speaker, our government has been working hard to provide a safety net and support system for every household and to provide relief to the business sectors which have been impacted by COVID-19. The government has employed a three-pronged approach in dealing with COVID-19 and the health and the economic fallout from this pandemic. This includes 1, the Public Health Response Plan, 2, the Social Stabilization Plan, and 3, the Economic Recovery and Resilience Plan. Mr. Speaker, our government remains acutely aware of the possible fallout from this pandemic if the country's economy is not properly managed at this crucial time. We continue to closely monitor the situation, and despite the immediate negative economic shock, we are beginning to see signs of recovery. Thousands of workers have been rehired, our resorts and other properties are beginning to reopen, and our business sectors are slowly restarting. Despite this progress, we continue to maintain a close watch over our country and our economy. Hence the reason, Mr. Speaker, that a policy-based loan, PBL, is being proposed to assist the government of St. Lucia with its continued implementation of the three-pronged COVID-19 response strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Caribbean Development Bank is one of our development partners and has an important role to play in supporting its borrowing member countries in dealing with the fallout from the COVID-19. This support is crucial in addressing the economy-wide liquidity challenges and fiscal pressures. Mr. Speaker, the policy-based loan is structured around 2 pillars, and the measures supported are aligned with the government of St. Lucia's COVID-19 response strategy. Pillar 1, the immediate economic actions to mitigate the health and economic crisis caused by COVID-19. This will be accomplished through the following measures. A, an increase in budget lines for COVID-19 pandemic health-related expenditures. B, the implementation of an approved COVID-19 pandemic response strategy, PRS. The granting of a moratorium and or temporary extension of deadlines for the filing of taxes for individuals and businesses for 2020. The waiver of interest and penalties on tax liabilities and the provision of tax credits to eligible businesses. D, the implementation of a 3-month unemployment benefit for NIC contributors and an income support program for non-NIC contributors impacted by the lockdown measures instituted from March 2020. E, the application of the proxy means testing instrument for the transparent delivery and targeting of poor households for scaling up of social assistance. Pillar 2, the strengthened economic and fiscal management for the post-pandemic recovery. This shall be done through the following. A, the preparation of an ERP to resume equitably fiscal sustainable growth guided by fiscal risk analysis. The establishment of a fiscal rules policy framework. The adoption of a public debt management policy. D, the implementation of an electronic public procurement platform. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of this program will be the responsibility of the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance will work alongside the CDB and other stakeholders to coordinate all actions across the relevant government agencies. Mr. Speaker, the US $30 million loan comprises of the ordinary capital resources and special fund resources portion. A total of US $19.2 million would come from the CDB's ordinary capital resource and US $10.8 million from the special funds resources. The ordinary capital resources portion carries an interest rate of 4.1% per annum, a 10-year repayment term, and a 2-year moratorium, while the special funds resources portion carries an interest rate of 1% per annum, a 20-year term, and a 5-year moratorium. Mr. Speaker, the ordinary capital resources portion will be repaid in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. on each due date commencing on the first due date after the expiry of 2 years. The special funds resource portion of the loan will be repaid in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments every 1st of April, 1st of July, 1st of October, and 1st of January. The Government of St. Lucia shall pay a commitment charge at the rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resources unwithdrawn from the time. Such charge shall occur from the 60th day and made payable quarterly after the date of the loan agreement. The commitment charge shall not apply to the special funds resource portion. Mr. Speaker, the Government of St. Lucia remains committed to saving the lives and to securing the livelihoods of our citizens. Much has been accomplished to date in response to the COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, both from a healthcare perspective as well as economic recovery. However, we are endeavoring to do a lot more in the interest of our people, and this will require additional funding. We're pleased to know that the CDB, along with the development partners, has exhibited faith in the country's ability to repay our debt obligations, as well as our ability to institute the number of reform initiatives. As such, we seek approval from the Honourable House for the borrowing of this resolution. Also want to remind members of this House that when we came with the appropriations bill and we were able to show the shortfall in tax revenues, the CDB policy-based loan was one of the things that we had identified in order to be able to meet that revenue shortfall and also to cover the additional expenses associated to COVID. So we continue to be exposed as a country, Mr. Speaker, in this situation. One, the GDP growth rate continues to be a moving target. Something we started off analysis with the IMF and the World Bank and CDB and the ECCB, initially thinking in February that this could be 10%. It quickly climbed to 15, it then surged to 20, and now there are indications that it could be as bad as 26%. Certainly in terms of the tax shortfalls, we had projected tax shortfalls of between $350 to $400 million, and we had indicated that we expected that 25% of our bonds and treasury bills would be redeemed. And so these are the gaps that we continuously try to fill. These are moving numbers. It's not to say that we could give a fix on it, and as things happen in the world, Mr. Speaker, so goes our own projections. We see it just what happened with the English-UK economy and the market, where it became closed within 4 days. The Canadian market has not reopened. And now with the possibility and the likelihood of a change of government in the U.S., that we expect the policies there to change as well. We think that the model that Governor Cuomo has adopted in New York more than likely would become the model that's going to be used on a national basis in the U.S. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that St. Lucia's advocacy's efforts of pre-testing at the airport are coming through. We also believe that most countries are going to adopt the policy of pre-testing persons who are traveling back through their borders. So meaning even the tourists that come down here or to any other part of the world will be pre-tested before they go back to their home, because everyone is struggling with quarantining and the cost of quarantining and the effectiveness of home quarantining. These are the uncertainties that remain in the marketplace, Mr. Speaker, that continue to give us difficulties in being specific as to what the GDP rate is going to be and what tax revenues are going to be. And certainly even from a cost of COVID, given the new and the number of cases we have, the increase in testing, we're doing almost 250 tests a day, which comes at a significant cost. The number of persons now that are having to quarantine and be isolated, the technology that we're going to be putting in, the wristbands, to be able to track persons. All of these are going to significantly increase the cost of COVID. So it continues to be a moving target. So again, I want to thank the CDB. I want to thank the Ministry of Finance staff who have been negotiating several of these loans. And these are not easy loans. It's a policy-based loan. So as I indicated in the document in my presentation this morning, there are several things that we have to accomplish in terms of ensuring financial management of our economy, and there are some legislative changes that are going to be required. Two of them are for the first reading today, and I just certainly want to put the House on notice that we do intend to come back to the House in 2 weeks' time to have the second reading of those two bills, because they are critical bills, both for the CDB loan as well as the IDA funds that we're also proposing to be able to get. And the reason for trying to accommodate this, Mr. Speaker, is certainly the terms of the loans, one being 2-year moratorium, the other one being a 5-year moratorium, one of them being for 20 years at 1%, and the other one being 10 years at 4%. In comparison to what we get bonds and treasury bills at, we would all agree that these are very concessional funds. So while it's going to increase the debt to the GDP profile of St. Lucia, it certainly is something that we can afford, and is not going to put an unbearable amount of fiscal pressure on us moving forward. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $40 million from the Caribbean Development Bank, consisting of a special fund resources portion in the amount of US $10,800,000 and an ordinary capital resources portion in the amount of US $19,200,000 for the purpose of financing the implementation of policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis response and achieving fiscal stability. And be it further resolved that A, in the case of the special fund resources portion, 1, the loan is repayable in 80 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date of the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, commencing on A, the first due date after the expiration of 5 years following the date of the loan agreement, or B, a later due date specified in writing by the Caribbean Development Bank. 2, interest is payable quarterly at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the special funds resources portion withdrawn and outstanding. B, in the case of the ordinary capital resources portion, 1, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on each due date of the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, commencing on A, the first due date after the expiration of 2 years following the date of the loan agreement, or B, a later due date specified in writing by the Caribbean Development Bank. 2, interest is payable quarterly at a rate of 4.1% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resources portion withdrawn and outstanding. 3, a commitment charge A is payable quarterly at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the ordinary capital resources portion unwithdrawn. And B, accrues from the 60th day following the date of the loan agreement. Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I want to express my condolences to the family of the citizen who passed away because of COVID, I think that it's a very sad day for St. Lucia, a very sad day for the family, and I wish them all the best, because definitely these are trying times. Mr. Speaker, that is why it surprised me this morning when I heard some of the utterances of the Prime Minister. Because the COVID pandemic has absolutely no boundaries. No one knows what caused it. No one knows how it's going to be cured. And even if the news about the vaccine, there are still doubts as to the effectiveness of the vaccine and how it will work. This is why, Mr. Speaker, every public pronouncement that I made about COVID, and Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear, because many statements are made, and these statements sound as if it's fact for political purposes, to score political points about COVID. But I want to put it on the record, what I have said about COVID, on the record. And I defy anybody in this honorable house, or anybody in this country, to ever say that I made any statement about COVID that would not be in line with the general protocols or the general belief or the fact that COVID is serious and we should come together to cause it to be less harmful on St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, on the 7th of March, I had a discussion with the Prime Minister about COVID in his office. And I said to him, I will give him my fullest support as far as the COVID situation is concerned. And in every statement that I make, I'm going to ask people to maintain the protocols and to keep the politics out of it. On March the 15th, Mr. Speaker, when the first COVID case was announced, the Prime Minister called me on March the 13th, and he expressed the situation with COVID, and he invited me to a meeting of NIMAC. I went to the meeting of the NIMAC, accompanied by, at the time, Senator Henry, the Honorable Ernest Hilaire, and somebody working for my office. We went to the meeting. At the meeting, I'm on record as giving the meeting my blessings and saying to the Prime Minister and the public as a whole that I would be part of any movement to curb COVID in St. Lucia. On March the 15th, I addressed the nation and I proffered some recommendations as to how we could work together to combat COVID. And in there, I said, I urge the government for a bipartisan approach. Mr. Speaker, the meetings of NIMAC are virtual. My representative at NIMAC, I don't profess to know everything. I do not profess to be an engineer or an economist or a doctor or psychologist or everything, Mr. Speaker. I don't profess to know everything. The person that I sent to the NIMAC meeting is more qualified than me in these matters. And the meetings are virtual. So my physical presence doesn't mean that I'm not listening or hearing what is saying, what is being said. NIMAC is not a legislative body. NIMAC has no powers in the parliament. So for somebody to make a hue and cry about and use that for political benefit, Mr. Speaker, about my salary, I do not legislate my own salary. When everybody becomes leader of the opposition, they will get the same salary as me. Anybody who becomes leader of the opposition will get the same salary, Mr. Speaker. It is unbecoming, Mr. Speaker, for serious crisis as COVID, for us to politicize it in that manner. It's unbecoming, Mr. Speaker. And I stand ready to work with the government to help to combat the COVID situation, even though we are still at odds in the world as to what caused it and how will it be cured. What I know is there are three things that must happen, that should happen. The wearing of masks, the sanitization, and the social distancing. And personally, Mr. Speaker, I have almost always worn a mask in public. I have said to my colleagues that our meetings must be either virtual or socially distant, or when we're there, we wear masks. But so to make cheap political mileage, Mr. Speaker, and implying that a march held by the opposition, which was sanctioned by the chief medical officer, sanctioned by all the authorities, has a relationship between a march and the spike in COVID cases, Mr. Speaker, is sad. It's depressing, Mr. Speaker. It's just as sad as depressing as the death we had this morning. And I think that we should desist, even whilst we are here to borrow $90 million, Mr. Speaker. We should desist from making these statements because we live in extraordinary times, Mr. Speaker. And to believe, because the political clock is moving. I came here and I said, 4 years is not 40 years. They laughed at me. My statements on COVID, when I said that St. Lucia was not prepared for COVID, Mr. Speaker, I was ridiculed. I was castigated. No one waited. No one asked me, what do you mean by St. Lucia is not prepared? What do you mean? No one asked me that. I sent proposals to the Prime Minister. He never even responded. In fact, he responded with one line. He said, I will send it to my team. No one ever called me for any discussion, Mr. Speaker. No one ever called me. So when I said St. Lucia was not prepared, I was bombarded. I never, when the boasting was being made, we are the best in the world, I never criticized it. I never said you should not say that. I never said, I never said that the government should not be boasting that they were the best prepared. I never said so. So now, Mr. Speaker, I find and I feel that we should change the discussion as far as COVID is concerned and stop the political posturing. Because I'm on record as pledging my support to the government, even when we were debating the state of emergency. I said there are some issues there that we think we have some problems with, but for the sake of the health of the country and for the sake of the development of some protocols to lessen the impact of COVID, I would go ahead, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I feel no remorse. My party and I, Mr. Speaker, we have worked with the government in terms of trying to combat the spread of COVID, Mr. Speaker. But that doesn't mean we do not have an opinion. That doesn't mean that we must not disagree and voice our disagreements with what the government says or what the government does. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister of Barbados made a statement last week where she said that there ought to be 2 layers of testing. And she also said that 95% of the people who test positive for COVID are visitors. I'm not the one who said so. We never said so here. So to believe that because you've won an election, you are the supreme law, and everything you say is gospel, and no one can question what you say because you've won an election, Mr. Speaker, it's wrong. We reserve the right. We represent 37,000 people in this country. And in spite of all the vindictiveness and the abuse of power, we are going to continue to discuss the issues as it relates to COVID in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are borrowing US $30 million for COVID response. And it's strange, Mr. Speaker, that borrowing, and on the other paper, there are 2 bills, the Public Finance Management Bill and the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Bill. These are the prerequisites for policy-based loans. These are the prerequisites. And it's also very curious that the rash of direct awards have gone before that. The millions of dollars of direct awards that have been awarded in this country recently, all these direct awards were given before these bills came into Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Bill, Mr. Speaker, was passed on the 22nd of September 2015 in this Parliament. It was assented to on the 13th of October 2015 in the Senate. It was passed in the Senate on the 14th, it was passed in the Senate on the 14th of 2015, and it was assented to by the Governor General on the 4th of November 2015. We lost the election in June 2016. This government refused. They refused to implement it. Now it's here for amendment. And it's going to be curious to see what the amendments are. Because in the meantime, the direct awards were going fast and furious. And the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Bill puts a certain limit or a certain level on the direct awards, Mr. Speaker. The Public Finance Management, same thing. Direct awards. But, Mr. Speaker, the time will come when you're going to debate these bills. So it's very curious that these bills are on the other paper when we are asking Parliament to pass the policy-based loans, Mr. Speaker. Very strange coincidence, very strange. But the fact is, that's what it is, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we go to borrow $30 million, this morning there was a report on the table in the name of transparency of $15 million that has been spent on the state of emergency, Mr. Speaker. But when we pass the bill today, we'd have borrowed $158 million as far as direct COVID response is concerned. We went in September, the IMF gave us $77 million, Mr. Speaker, for COVID response in the main. We've come here and we've asked questions about it. Because on the estimates of expenditure, there were items on the estimates that related to the RCF. We've had no response on that. And if you say it, you castigated and you abused if you bring these issues up, Mr. Speaker. We are not questioning, Mr. Speaker, it is our right to ask these questions. If on the estimate of expenditure, you have a line item for the use of funds that were borrowed for ostensibly for COVID, we have to ask, why is it on the estimate expenditure, page 585 and page 580? We have to ask these questions. Why must we be castigated for asking these questions? And we ask again, Mr. Speaker. We ask again. The $77 million that was borrowed for COVID from the IMF, how was it used? We're very happy. We're very happy. I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance, the Ministry of Finance for giving the $15 million report. But there was more. And the estimates showed that that was used for other purposes. That's a fact. So in spite of how you abuse me, and in spite of how you use silly things like a car that the leader of the opposition has for 13 years, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, the car he drives is 13 years old, and I don't drive it. 13 years old. So when the Prime Minister makes a hue and cry about a car, it shows me where we are in terms of COVID. That's what he's speaking about, a 13-year-old car. Mr. Speaker, we're back to the $30 million that we are borrowing today, Mr. Speaker. And I have to ask a few questions, Mr. Speaker. I have to ask a few questions. I have to ask, what is the state? Was any of the money that we borrowed on the rapid credit facility used in the restoration of the respiratory hospital at Victoria Hospital? Because my information tells me, Mr. Speaker, that conditions in that place are deplorable. And it's not because it was on social media. I know people who went there, who said that the conditions are deplorable. Now, Mr. Speaker, COVID and isolation cannot be a nice thing. It can't be a nice thing, Mr. Speaker. It can't be nice. Mr. Speaker, for a human being to be in a room for 14 days with no contact, no physical contact with their family, their friends, Mr. Speaker, and in that room, there's not a plug for television, even though you want to bring your own. That's what I meant. That's what I meant when I said our preparation was not where it ought to be. That's what I meant. And they bring it back all the time. Even though I don't repeat it, they bring it back. So they go in there, so I'm going to go there this afternoon. They went there this morning twice. Because they want to look for political points, Mr. Speaker. If somebody is in isolation and you are prepared, you should know that any of us can go into isolation. Any of us can catch COVID. Any of us, Mr. Speaker. And the fact is, if someone is in isolation, they ought to be given to be comfortable in isolation. I made the point also that when somebody is suffering from COVID, they have not committed a crime, and I must say they have changed the protocols as when they go to collect the person. They've changed these protocols, and I applaud them for that. I applaud them for that. They've changed it. The people, they used to go and collect people as if these people are criminals. Mr. Speaker, any of us. So if I make the point that that you should have used some of these funds before and ensure that the conditions at the hospital were better, have I committed any crime? Am I against St. Lucia? Am I playing politics if I say that? Am I? Mr. Speaker, so again, I make a plea. So we make every effort that you can to improve conditions at the hospital, Mr. Speaker. Because any of us can go there. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about testing in my address on March the 15th. I spoke about testing. I believe that testing should be more widespread. This is why I made the recommendation that more laboratories should be given the power or the authority to test, Mr. Speaker. That's all. That's what I meant. We should have had the testing protocols heightened. Because the only way in which you can find out who is positive, who is negative, is if you test them. And the rate of tests that we are doing in St. Lucia, right now we have heightened it, but it was too slow at the beginning. The percentage of people that were being tested as compared to the population was too slow. That's what I meant. They never asked me. And I think that we should use some of these terms, some of that money, Mr. Speaker, for testing. Increase testing, Mr. Speaker. So number one, my suggestions for the COVID response and the use of these funds. One, Mr. Speaker, improve the situation at the respiratory hospital. Two, testing and surveillance. Increase the level of testing, Mr. Speaker, so more of us can get tested. Mr. Speaker, I also made the point about to reduce the transmission locally. And I said to the Prime Minister, both verbally, anytime, Mr. Speaker. And this is why it's surprising to hear the Prime Minister make these statements. Because anytime he's called me about COVID, not very often, I have said to him, you have my cooperation. When there was the spread, when there was the issue in Denver North, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister called the member for Denver North, and then he called me. I said to him, I will discuss it with the member of Denver North. And we said, yes, we'll give you our cooperation. So to come here and to behave in that kind of way, Mr. Speaker, is to say the least distasteful. Mr. Speaker, we speak now about the borrowing, Mr. Speaker, the borrowing for fiscal stability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's important for us to know now what really is the debt to GDP ratio. What's the percentage? Where are we? We need to find that out. There is nothing treasonous in asking what is the debt to GDP ratio. We must ask that. We represent 37,000 people. The difference in representation between us and them is 7,000. So we have a right. That's the difference, Mr. Speaker. But because of our system, it appears that they have so much more support than us. Because of our system. So we have the right to say these things, even they are in power or not. We have the right to ask it. And we're asking again, what is the debt to GDP ratio? We need to find that out. Mr. Speaker, we need to find out, Mr. Speaker, how much has been drawn from the facility at the ECCB. How much has St. Lucia drawn down? Have we exhausted our facility at the ECCB? How much have we drawn down? We're not saying that it wasn't necessary to draw it down. We're saying how much has been drawn down from the ECCB. Because we know that the drawdowns go on a certain ratio, and each island has a certain portion, to say it lightly, based on the economic activity or based on the economic position in the OECS. So what has been our drawdown? You have to ask that question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Prime Minister said that the revenues have increased. Revenues have increased by so much. He's not told us how many passports we've sold from the CIP. And he hasn't told us either that selling these passports, they are bought for bonds. The exchange is bonds. And he hasn't told us also that these bonds are debt. And at some point, these bonds are going to mature. If that is not true, tell me. Selling the passports, you have the revenue now. But the sale that we had on these passports, we exchanged them for bonds. And these bonds are debt. Is there anything treasonous in saying that? If that is not a fact, tell me. Question, Mr. Speaker, what is in the National Economic Fund? We came here and we passed a bill and we said that the CIP funds would have gone to a National Economic Fund. And we're speaking about borrowing and fiscal stability. That's what we said. We passed this bill here. That the national economy, because what was there before, it was castigated and put aside. We're not economic managers. What he said we are silly, lazy people. This is how he described a party that's older than all of us in this room. That's the respect you have for a party that's older than everyone in this room. But see for that, Mr. Speaker, as a representative of that party, I want to ask you, how much is in the National Economic Fund? We need to find that out. Because you see, Mr. Speaker, no one will be in government forever. We were in opposition, we were in government. You're in government, you come to opposition. So when you have all these high and mighty, and you make all these righteous statements, and you pretend as if you're the best in the world, and everybody else is foolish, and everybody else's suggestions doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker, the time will come. So, Mr. Speaker, how does the CIP revenue, the CIP exchange for bonds, how does that relate to the national debt of the country? What does that do to the situation of bonds in the country, Mr. Speaker? Talking about fiscal stability, Mr. Speaker, what is the dollar value of the National Economic Fund, and have all the CIP revenues? I read somewhere and I saw somewhere that there's been an increase in the sale of passports. If that's not true, I need to know it's not true. There's an increase in the sale of passports. I would like to know whether the revenue for that sale has gone into the National Economic Fund, or whether that revenue has been used together with the general revenue and gone into the consolidated fund for government expenses. I need to know that because I have to report on fiscal stability, which is what we're borrowing the money for. Mr. Speaker, no one likes this country more than any other person. It's fortunate that the electorate has put one side in power. But the other side, Mr. Speaker, likes the country just as much. All of us have a stake in this country, Mr. Speaker. I'm a product of St. Lucia. I'm born here, I live here. So I have just enough stake at St. Lucia being prosperous than any one of them there. No one here loves St. Lucia more than me, or wants St. Lucia to prosper more than me, or has the answer to all St. Lucia's pains, and I want St. Lucia to suffer. Why would I want St. Lucia to suffer? Why? I have nowhere to go. I have one passport, and I'm not eligible to buy a CIP1. Mr. Speaker, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that in spite of the boasting of St. Lucia's economic recovery, there are issues to be dealt with in St. Lucia. There are human issues. And when people question our belief in putting people first, when people question our philosophy of putting you first for the political reasons, Mr. Speaker, there are real situations in this country. There are real situations that people are suffering from, Mr. Speaker. Real. And you cannot get annoyed if they highlighted them and boast. You can't, Mr. Speaker. There are people in this country who have lost their jobs. There are people in this country who are finding difficulty in sending their children to school. There are people in this country who do not have tablets for their children to get instruction, so their children are going to be behind as far as school is concerned. That is the reality of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Of course, there are some people who are doing better than others. But to come here and to boast and to grand charge and attack people because people say that, it's not called for. And in spite of that, Mr. Speaker, my right to talk will never. People talk, there's opposition in North Korea. If you can stop opposition in St. Lucia. In North Korea, there's opposition. If you can stop it here, even though you abuse power, even though you say whatever you want to say, even though you become vindictive, even though you victimize, you cannot stop opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the money that we are borrowing this afternoon will go to people. It's okay when we stay here, and it's good. It's all right when we stay here, Mr. Speaker, and say whatever we want to say. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, the fact is, as we speak, there are lives and livelihoods that are under strain. And the prognosis of the tourism industry is only in the eyes of some people. World analysts are telling you that tourism will not rebound how it ought to rebound until 2023 for the earliest, or 2024. But in here, we have gurus. We say no. What the world is saying is wrong. We are going to make it rebound better because we are the best. And I must accept that. I mustn't question that. Everybody is saying it's not going to be the case, but you here and you're saying it's the case. And I must accept it because you say it. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that this government, even on the eve of an election, changes its approach to the way things have been done in St. Lucia. I hope that this government stops the attitude of believing they have all the answers and they're always right, and using these petty, low-down blows, Mr. Speaker, to score cheap political points. It's sad, Mr. Speaker, it's very sad. The opposition maintains that there are certain policies that this government is taking that the opposition does not agree with, and the opposition will voice its position on these policies. But the opposition also understands that in terms of COVID, that we must cooperate with the government when it comes to the control of COVID, Mr. Speaker. Because they don't have the answers, we don't have the answers, the world hasn't got the answers. All we know is that there are some established protocols that we should maintain, but we do not have the answers. So this is why boasting, and this is why trying to score political points, Mr. Speaker, will not get us anywhere. Look at the sad news we've got today, Mr. Speaker. And when I made a statement, I never repeated it. They insisted. Oh, you said so. Up to this morning, Mr. Speaker, Oh, you said so and he said so. Up to this morning. But I will not go down there. I won't go there. All I can say to Mr. Speaker is one life loss is too much. And I'm saddened by that, Mr. Speaker. And I hope that we take it as a warning that we should not be too boastful. We should not be too antagonistic. We should not use our power to abuse people. We should not be so vindictive, and we should speak the truth. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Denver North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the privilege is mine once again to rise in this august chamber on behalf of the people of Denver North to contribute to a debate on a matter of tremendous importance to not just my constituents, but to the people of St. Lucia. But before I delve into the substantive motion, Mr. Speaker, like other presenters this morning, I would crave your indulgence to express condolences to the family of Pastor Cornelius Emmanuel, who maybe 1 or 2 years ago served as the Seventh-day Adventist district pastor for the Denver Basin. And even prior to serving our community as a pastor, I would have interacted with him, Mr. Speaker, on the sports committee of District 5 when we both were teachers. And so today I must, on behalf of my constituents in Denver North, express condolences to his family, in particular his wife at the Human Services Department. Mr. Speaker, I will also crave your indulgence to express condolences to the Matura Valto family in my constituency. As you probably know, we lost a very influential member of our community roughly a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. And there are several other families in the constituency that have lost loved ones in recent times, in particular in Olio and Denver Riviere. Miss Edna in Grand Ravine, condolences to her husband, Mr. Rodney, and family. And only on Sunday, Mr. Speaker, the entire Denver Basin was plunged into mourning when news broke that a young man had met his untimely demise in an accident in Miku. He was only 25 years. And I believe, Mr. Speaker, the time has come for us as parliamentarians, for the government, and all key stakeholder agencies, namely the Road Transport Board, the Department of Transport, the various biker clubs, traffic department, etc., to begin to fashion policy and to find a mechanism that would minimize the number of deaths we have on the road involving motorcycle users. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say categorically that I am not in any way whatsoever ascribing blame to the motorcyclist. What is painful for us as family members, as parliamentarians, as members of the community, is that we are losing too many of our young people on the roads in those accidents. And so I believe the time has come for us to begin to put policies in place that would minimize the number of persons meeting their demise. Mr. Speaker, I will not stand in the way of measures which, on the surface, appear to be improving the health system of our country. However, as the leader of the opposition before me, I will ask questions on behalf of the people of Dennery North when I have to. I will document the concerns of the people of Dennery North when I have to. And I will call for greater stakeholder participation, Mr. Speaker, when I believe there is a need for greater stakeholder participation. And participation beyond just a phone call, but participation that is characterized and defined by objective discussion. Participation, Mr. Speaker, that would allow us to put the people of St. Lucia first, as we've always done ever since the World Health Organization declared that a pandemic was upon us. Mr. Speaker, the government must make allowances for alternative viewpoints in this COVID discussion. And we should never, ever make the mistake, Mr. Speaker. We should not, or we should resist the temptation to look at COVID in isolation when healthcare or an aspect of healthcare is being discussed in this country. Yes, we've come here to borrow $30 million as a response to COVID. But in any effective health system, you cannot look at one aspect in isolation of other factors, Mr. Speaker. Every year, Mr. Speaker, nearly 6 million people in developing countries die from low-quality health care. Free, accessible to citizens. We ought not to gloat about that, Mr. Speaker. It is an imperative, and we also being told that it is beginning to border on human rights. And we have a situation in this country, Mr. Speaker, where those who can afford will live on. The poor and the marginalized, Mr. Speaker, will continue to hold the short end of the stick. And if your resources can allow you, Mr. Speaker, to hop on an aircraft or be airlifted when you are confronted with a serious situation, you will live, Mr. Speaker, and those who cannot may have to suffer. We see all the time on social media where platforms are littered with flyers, barbecues, donation sheets, and people are looking to raise funds to meet their healthcare needs, Mr. Speaker. And so whereas the discussion is on COVID, or the motion before us deals with borrowing for COVID, we would be setting a very dangerous precedent to look at COVID in isolation. And I was relieved, Mr. Speaker, when I heard the Prime Minister in his preamble speak to the public health response plan. Now, I would have been happy to have had that plan at my disposal to peruse and to critically examine to make a more informed contribution to the debate today. But I would have to take it for what it is. And when I hear of a public health response plan, Mr. Speaker, I am inclined to believe that this is not just restricted to COVID, but we are looking at the public health system as a whole. And so it is for this reason today, another opportunity, Mr. Speaker, presents itself for me to put forward a case for the Larry Seuss Health Center. COVID, and if we are to seriously get to the bottom of COVID, Mr. Speaker, the existing health facilities and systems have to be functioning at their optimum. But what COVID has done is that it has exacerbated a problem that existed prior, Mr. Speaker. It has stretched us. We have a healthcare system today that is overwhelmed. And in spite of all the challenges that COVID poses to us as a country, Mr. Speaker, we have to laud the healthcare professionals in our system. The doctors, the nurses, and the support personnel at the hospitals and elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, the impact of COVID is well documented the world over. Countries have been affected across the globe, large and small, rich and poor. And as a result of COVID, people have had to change the way they did things prior. Mr. Speaker, moi vle di jodi a that malgré gouvernement vini parlement jodi a pour prêter $30 millions américains pour adresser les affaires Covid et puis santé, moi ka dit that gouvernement ka fait l'erreur si nous prenons l'argent ça là et puis nous dépenser seulement en la Covid. Moi ka dit moi ka croire that l'argent ça là supposé taper dépenser pour adresser problème en système santé nous qui a aller beyond COVID-19 et puis tous ces problèmes là ils abandonnent. Mr. Speaker, we have been stretched. And amidst all the challenges, as I said, we have to take our hats off to the doctors and the nurses of this country. The leader of the opposition, moments before me, reiterated a point that we have made not just in the parliament but elsewhere, that the St. Lucia Labour Party and the parliamentary opposition, we have always provided support to the government on COVID. When the Prime Minister took to the Parliament to announce the state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, we could have assumed a posture to try and block the initiative. We could have had a disposition where we were not going to cooperate. But we said, out of conscience and responsibility, that we would allow the government a free hand, because we believe, Mr. Speaker, at the time that the intention of the government was to preserve lives and for the well-being of the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I have seen the impact of COVID in Denry North, and I got a call from the Prime Minister roughly 4 weeks ago, when he told me that someone from my constituency had tested positive and that there were concerns about Denry North and the infiltration of our country by people through the back door. I did not put up resistance. Of course I had concerns that I raised with the Prime Minister. And today I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the healthcare professionals, people from the Bureau of Health Education, and personnel from the Office of the Chief Medical Officer, the Office of the Chief Medical Officer, they have had a presence in constituency, and all they have received from the member for Denry North, who happens to be a member of the St. Lucia Labour Party, is full cooperation and support. Because this is not about us, Mr. Speaker, and I made the point before. There are people in St. Lucian society today who have the means and the resources, and they can call an air ambulance in a matter of minutes, and they will find themselves in Miami, Martinique, or Barbados. But there are people in each of our constituencies who cannot afford that luxury. So that when we have a strengthened health system down here, or interventions to curb the spread of COVID, Mr. Speaker, it must receive the support of members opposite. And that has been our disposition from day one. But it is as if we are not supposed to come here and provide an alternative viewpoint. We have to acquiesce to everything that the government says. No, it can't be that way, Mr. Speaker. We represent people. As a collective opposition, we represent in excess of 37,000 people. But in matters of healthcare, it does not really matter to me whether it is the 47,000 who voted for us or other citizens who voted for the United Workers' Party. Healthcare is too important an issue, Mr. Speaker, for us to try and play politics with. And if you have a point of view that is not in concert with what the government is postulating, then you are labeled. And it was very disappointing this morning when the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, at a time of crisis, when all we should be doing as responsible parliamentarians is to pull St. Lucians together, resorted to such disparaging language to describe us on this side of the house. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Our responsibility is to the people of St. Lucia, first and foremost. And that is why we will always continue to put St. Lucians first. Mr. Speaker, in that plan that the Prime Minister spoke of, we cannot, and I'm hoping we will not just look at the healthcare workers and the health system by itself. I spoke internally of the system where we should not be looking at COVID alone. And I'm going further to say that in order for us to enjoy and to make good on the policies that we're trying to implement with respect to COVID, there are other critical state agencies that have to be strengthened in order for us to see the results we're looking for as it relates to COVID. The healthcare professionals and the politicians on their own will not be able to achieve the desired results. And we have seen that the police have had a critical role to play in the last couple of days. And in that 30 million, with that 30 million US, and considering how critical a role that the police have to play, are we going to see, Mr. Speaker, once and for all, the rehabilitation of the Southern Divisional Headquarters of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force? And it's a genuine question, Mr. Speaker, because they too have been working some very stressful hours under very trying circumstances and in work conditions that are not at their best. So the question has to be asked, are we going to see improvements for them where that is concerned as an overall part, as a part of our overall COVID response mechanism? Mr. Speaker, we have seen at the level of community what stigmatization can do. And when news first broke of COVID, I'm one of those who was petrified. I'm one of those, Mr. Speaker, who was very apprehensive about what would have become of St. Lucia, especially when I saw what was coming out of Europe, Italy in particular. But it bothered me, Mr. Speaker, when constituents of mine would call and give me stories of what they had to endure on their way to work or at the workplace. And that because there was a case in one community in my constituency, people from that particular community who had ventured to work in other parts of the country were being discriminated against. For no reason they were being asked to stay home. They were being asked to go and get tested even when there was no suspicion, Mr. Speaker, that they had issues as it relates to COVID. There were people who were afraid. People were apprehensive. And sometimes we must never, ever overlook the psychological impact that these developments can have on the ordinary people in our communities. And I'm saying, with $30 million, US dollars, being borrowed or being loaned from the Caribbean Development Bank as part of the COVID response, are we going to see mechanisms, Mr. Speaker, that would bring some measure of comfort to some of the people I've mentioned? Today, Mr. Speaker, we find ourselves in a situation where nobody really anticipated what confronts St. Lucia. But there's merit, Mr. Speaker. There is merit. And today I feel vindicated by some of the pronouncements that we would have made as an opposition prior to what we have to endure as a country today. The challenges that COVID has thrown up in this country, those are not matters only for the government. COVID is not an issue only for the United Workers' Party. We all have a stake, and we all must be given a responsibility and an opportunity to actively and objectively participate in the discourse, Mr. Speaker. All of us. Because when we go into our respective constituency offices, we are the ones who are saddled. We are the ones inundated. We are the ones people come to complain to. And what about the displacement? People have lost their jobs. People have had to be placed on rotation. And it is hard for them, Mr. Speaker. Across sectors, earlier this morning, the member for Castries South spoke about hotel workers. They might be in the majority, but what about our children who are at home today as we speak? And I know the teachers are trying their best in terms of lesson delivery and instruction as a whole. Where are the laptop computers for the children? Did we know COVID was coming? And I have said that giving a child a laptop computer is tantamount to a vaccine. You vaccinate a child at an early age in preparation for life, Mr. Speaker, down the road. Today, a laptop computer or a tablet is no longer a luxury item. It is a necessity. And I'm hoping that with this 40 million and the plans that the Prime Minister attempted to present earlier on, Mr. Speaker, we can find in 40 million US a laptop program that is more all-encompassing and that will reach more children in this country. Mr. Speaker, the banana farmers. So much has been said about the banana farmers in this country. And this morning we heard that the priority may not be to export anymore, but begin to brand the bananas. So that the 80,000 people who are coming from the UK will begin to see a label on a finger. But that is for another discussion, Mr. Speaker. That is for another discussion. So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying that yes, COVID is on our doorsteps. Yes, we all have a responsibility. Yes, we need to thank and laud the healthcare professionals of this country. But very importantly, Mr. Speaker, the opposition, as duly elected members of this parliament, have to be given opportunities to meaningfully participate in whatever policies or responses that are going to be fashioned for this country as we move forward. The road ahead will be a very difficult one. And anybody, whether it is in this parliament or elsewhere, who tries to give the impression, Mr. Speaker, that this is going to be a walk in the park, that this is going to be easy because some people in here are more competent than others, they are fooling us, Mr. Speaker, and they are not leveling with us. And that particular challenge, or the challenges that have been thrown up by COVID, will call for all 17 hands in this parliament to be on deck. And we have to go beyond the parliament and engage competent solutions to play their part in fashioning this response. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it is not just people from one geographic part of this country who will suffer, but St. Lucians from as far as Grizzly in the north and Viewport in the south will be impacted and will struggle as we move forward. And it is for us, as their representatives, Mr. Speaker, to fashion policies and programs that will bring about the sort of relief that they need. With those few words, Mr. Speaker, this concludes my presentation on this particular motion.
Member for Viewport North.
Thank you very much, Sergeant at Arms, for your diligent handling of the podium. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, like others have done before me, before I speak to this resolution, I wish to extend condolences to the family of Senator the Honorable Thomas. And Mr. Speaker, I've read several articles in social media pertaining to this particular gentleman, and without going into details, maybe just like many other people in St. Lucia, I share some of that pain, because while he was very, very young, I too lost a son. And when I read the stories, some of the stories were similar. So I do understand a lot of the pain. Mr. Speaker, I also wish, on behalf of my constituents, to express condolences to the pastor and his family, and others who have spoken before me, Mr. Speaker, spoke about tragic.
Honorable Member Denrinoff. Continue, ma'am. Continue.
Yes, spoke about other tragedies, and I share, Mr. Speaker, in the expression of grief. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance presented a motion which will cause this Parliament to guarantee the borrowing of $30 million from the Caribbean Development Bank. And $30 million, Mr. Speaker, amounts to about 80,100,000 EC dollars. And while this amount is divided into the COVID response and also fiscal stabilization, it is very instructive, Mr. Speaker, that yet again we are incurring more debt, and while we are dealing with a crisis situation, we need to be sure that this money is being managed carefully. According to the government, Mr. Speaker, the money is to be used for policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis response and also achieving fiscal stability. I want to spend some time, Mr. Speaker, to speak about the first aspect, the implementation of policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis response. And I ask a few questions. What are the policy reform initiatives that are designed by this government to support the COVID-19 crisis response, which the money in hell is referring to or will refer to? Or what is it the government will do with the money? What are the different policy reform initiatives? I listened to the Prime Minister when he presented, and he spoke a lot about COVID-19. And Mr. Speaker, while some may be surprised and amazed, I was not amazed when the Prime Minister took a road down partisan political, the path of partisan politics to suggest that a particular event is what caused the spike in the COVID cases in St. Lucia. This is once again the utterances of a Prime Minister who does not have the kind of sensitivity to exactly what's happening in St. Lucia with the COVID-19 response, Mr. Speaker. This is the same Prime Minister, even after the state of emergency laws were passed, this is the same Prime Minister who was all around St. Lucia without a mask, actually breaking the law then. When I said so in Parliament the last time, he tried to stop me, but it was in the law then. And then he comes now, instead of being a Prime Minister who comes to the Parliament and say, listen, this thing is serious, how can we come together and pull together? But he goes down the partisan political way. Mr. Speaker, I reject what the Prime Minister tried to suggest, that an activity which was a protest activity is what caused the spike in COVID-19. And Mr. Speaker, as unfortunate as it is, the family of the deceased, and as sad as it is, Mr. Speaker, we cannot in the Parliament sanction the words of a Prime Minister who seemed to suggest that there is a big connection between the activities of an organization and the untimely demise of the loved one.
Now this one, sir, I want you to withdraw that statement. He didn't say that one.
Mr. Speaker, I said
he
his
did not,
utterances suggest.
do not make any connection between what the Prime Minister said this morning and the announcement this afternoon of a death.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, can I rephrase?
No, I want you to withdraw that statement and move on.
I withdraw that statement, but
Thank
can
you
I
very
rephrase, Mr. Speaker?
Move on.
I'm going to move on to say, Mr. Speaker, that this morning the Prime Minister tried to suggest that an activity or protest which was held is responsible for the increase in COVID-19 cases in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. That is what he said. So, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members.
I withdrew.
No, that's fine. It has been almost 2 hours. Not a single word has been spoken by members sitting. And I've been monitoring this, and I've allowed you to make your presentation. Prime Minister presented. Not a word was said by a member sitting. Leader of the opposition spoke. Not a word was said by a member sitting. Member for the Union spoke. Not a word was said by a member sitting. We're not starting again this afternoon. Allow the member for Viewford North to be heard in silence. Full stop.
Mr. Speaker, the government, and once again I ask the question, what are the policy reform initiatives that are designed by this government to support COVID-19 crisis response? Because in the motion, it indicates that the money is for policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucian's COVID-19 crisis response. That's one of the aspects of the motion. So I ask the question, where are the policy, where are the initiatives that are designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis response? The Prime Minister has not presented those initiatives. As far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, the government's policies and policy actions so far in response to the medical evidence have been knee-jerk and much more of a sort of soap opera, Mr. Speaker. The responses to the medical situation relating to COVID-19 on the ground were poorly coordinated responses. So while the doctors and the CMO and the medical people came out with the evidence, the medical evidence, the policy responses of this government were knee-jerk and poorly coordinated, Mr. Speaker. Many of their policy actions have had to be pulled back. Some of them clothed in boastful showmanship. Others protested against and withdrawn. And some, through draconian meandering through the legislature, through antics in the Senate, have our Senate in the history books of St. Lucia, and I dare say, in my opinion, for many of the wrong reasons. Mr. Speaker, I await the new directions of this government for supporting the COVID-19 crisis response. And here is what has happened so far. Here is what has happened so far, Mr. Speaker. Let us look at, for me to adequately argue, Mr. Speaker, that the government's policy response has not been adequate, and that in this debate, they have not presented the new policy responses which would give credence to the loan, I must take some time, Mr. Speaker, to review their policy responses and reactions so far. And permit me, Mr. Speaker, a few minutes. We know the first case was confirmed on March 13th. 7 days after, there was a curfew, 11 to 5, non-commercial activity suspended. March 23rd, state of emergency, closure of incoming flights due to what was happening overseas with the flights. March 29th, banned the sale of alcoholic beverages, as well as suspending all liquor licenses, closing of all bars. March 31st, 24-hour curfew. Follow me well, Mr. Speaker. In April, there was a mix between curfew and all kinds of things. NIC came in with some contributions. Various stores were allowed to operate. everyone was asking, what is the rationale for this store opening? What's the rationale for that other store not opening? A confusion of policy responses, Mr. Speaker. And again, while the doctors, the medical fraternity, the CMO came out and said, X number tested positive, Y number have recovered. I'm focusing on the policy responses of the government. And these responses have been confusing, to say the least. And in April, there was a ban on alcohol. April 28th, the IMF Executive Board approves millions for St. Lucia and other islands. So the millions started to, the approval of millions, Mr. Speaker. And if you add up all of the monies that we've spoken about when we've come to this parliament for COVID-19 response, they do not equate to what the member for Miku South and the Prime Minister presented this morning. This morning, the Prime Minister said that he can account for $15.4 million, and he gave various expenditure heads. But that's not close to the amounts that we have heard about in this parliament. In May, Mr. Speaker, the ministry permitted some businesses to resume full operations. In June, flights resumed. So from June 4th to July, the lifting of curfews, flights are coming in now. So the lifting of curfews, reopening of cinemas, sporting and early childhood, and while I spoke about the soap opera, we are number one in the world, and New York and so on, they are following us. And all kinds of policy responses that did not speak to the seriousness of the medical issues, Mr. Speaker. We heard all sorts of things. In September, the St. Lucia Tourism Authority announced easing of restrictions for visitors. And I'm speaking about policy responses, not talking about what the CMO said in terms of the numbers and the hospitals and so on. I'm coming to the hospitals. So in September, the policy response of the Tourism Authority, they eased restrictions for visitors. Visitors were allowed to stay at up to 2 of the COVID-19 certified hotels and resorts on the island and may enjoy water-based activities. So en septembre, Mr. Speaker, après juin, 4 juin, les plaines commencent à entrer. Le gouvernement a décidé que les touristes, ils ont bay touristes qui free up. Ils ont été à des hôtels avec ils ont aller différents jouer glow différents bay comme ça. And Mr. Speaker, we saw on social media the evidence of tourists and their activities in the country. The evidence is there. Returning nationals and residents will be required to undergo 14-day quarantine. And the issue of returning nationals has a whole set of row, Mr. Speaker. The policy responses to that. In October, boom, minibus driver all over the place, Mr. Speaker. And they were linking it to the constituency which I represent. They said it was from Beaufort North. The bus carried people from Beaufort North to a rally. And they were all over the place trying to create the genesis of an argument that it is the Labour Party that's spiking COVID. And there was a big change. We had the number plate of the bus. All of a sudden, there's no medical secrecy anymore. The number plate of the bus, where it comes from, all kinds of things. Because in my view, Mr. Speaker, they were trying very hard to connect it to the St. Lucia Labour Party. But since they were saying number plates of buses and so on, a voice came out from deep inside and to say that, but I was with the Prime Minister and a popular talk show host. So if I'm COVID-19 positive, go check the Prime Minister too. So if the bus driver was a spreader, as they were claiming, maybe the Prime Minister was a spreader too. So you see when they begin to weave their web of deception, how it comes back to them. So in October, Mr. Speaker, this whole thing about the bus and all of that, and the Castries comprehensive secondary school. All of these things made public. And we know that around October 22nd, the Ministry of Education ordered schools to remain closed.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the member is saying that the Prime Minister is a spreader based on social media comments. I mean, where does...
Honorable Member, can you restart, because he did not say, he said in conversation with, well, that somebody, wherever it came from, he didn't say the Prime Minister is a spreader. He said somebody said that if the bus driver was a spreader, that person allegedly said he was with the Prime Minister. And therefore, if he is a spreader, then we need to check the Prime Minister's too. He's not saying the Prime Minister was a spreader.
No, Mr. Speaker, the point I am making
yes,
is
let
that
me hear you.
The honorable member
Hello?
How do we know? Because, Mr. Speaker, it is what is said and how it is interpreted in this House. And I think the member needs to clarify what he is saying there, because the average listener will take it that you are saying that if the bus driver was a spreader, that the PM is a spreader also. That is what I gathered from the statement made by the honorable member. And he needs to clarify what he's saying, because I don't know that the PM has tested positive to COVID-19. But the evidence is that a bus operator tested positive for COVID, and all the records are there to show the traces that was done and who is linked back to who. So the member needs to clarify what he's saying there or withdraw the statement.
Honorable Member, I would have interrupted you before, but not on that point, but to get you back because I think that you're starting to move a little beyond the motion.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I am establishing here that the reason which the government has given for coming to the House to use part of $30 million US, part of the reason is for policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis response. The other reason is to achieve fiscal stability. I am establishing that the government's history of policy initiatives is checkered, and I am also saying that because of this, the government has not provided to us the policy reform initiatives which will cause it to come to this House and give reasons for borrowing $30 million. So all of what I'm talking about the policy responses of the government to COVID-19. In relation to the bus driver, I'm saying here that for the first time, we knew exactly who the Ministry of Health or the doctors had determined had COVID-19 because the bus driver's number plate was made public. I'm saying that the government's, there was a breach right there, because we said before about privacy, all those kinds of things, and there we had a bus driver whose number plate was made public, where he came from was made public, and this very bus driver said that he was in the presence of the Prime Minister. So I'm saying that if the bus driver was COVID-19 positive, it is quite possible that that's what I'm saying. That's why the medical doctors tell you if you're in the presence of somebody, go and take a test and all of that. So I'm not misleading the House or anything like that. I don't know where the member get the idea that I'm saying something that I can't prove. Was he not in the presence of the Prime Minister? Was he not? And if he was in the presence of the Prime Minister and he tested positive, isn't it possible? Because that's what the doctors are saying. I'm not saying anything crazy here. And what's your point of order anyway?
Honorable Member,
sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Move on.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, What I'm saying here is that the responses of this government to this crisis, manière gouvernement a traité avec Covid là, yo pas qu'à montrer qui yo savent ça yo qu'a fait. Si moi avec docteur, qu'a vini si moi qu'a dit combien gens Covid yo a joindre, combien moun yo a testé, combien l'autre moun qui en quarantine, combien moun qui en isolation. Mais c'est travail gouvernement, policy gouvernement pour ranger bagay en pays pour faire bagay sain et sauve, pour goumer avec ça fait Covid là. C'est pas travail si et moi avec ces docteurs. Travail c'est pour tester, mettre quarantine, avec faire différents bagages comme ça, avec parler avec le gouvernement, avec mettre ordre. Ça me dit c'est, aujourd'hui le gouvernement vient au Parlement avec yo qu'a prêté 30 millions de dollars américains et que raison yo qu'a prêté l'argent ça là, c'est pour dire yo qu'a changer bagage policy en affaire Covid-19 là. Et que m'a dit gouvernement pas encore bon nous, c'est différentes directions en gourmet Covid-19 là qui yo dit yo qu'a faire. Ça me dit c'est tout ça vous avez le gouvernement a fait, c'est mistake. Yo ka fait un bagay avec yo ka virer pour apologie parce que yo pas fait bien. Yo fermé en prend licence pour moun vendre mom, yo virer dit yo ka il parce que ça a babé ça a dit ça dedans. Ça me ka dire c'est pour le si c'est gouvernement fait ou ka ouais la pateni kachi là dedans. Me commencer par là about ça Mr. Speaker. Moi même commencer avec péché avec fama. This government in its policy response to the medical evidence, look at what they did. When they closed down the country, farmers do not go and tie the cows and tie the animals. I'm just showing the confusion of this government in terms of its policy response. So where in this are they explaining to us the new policy responses? And that's what I'm looking for. And what I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, is instead of dealing with the thing in a scientific way, taking the evidence from the CMO and dealing with it in a scientific way, this government was showboating, coming to Parliament, saying they are the number one in the world, how New York is following them, and everybody, they are number one. And the Prime Minister, you know, the Prime Minister takes the show to another level, saying that's the best CMO ever. You ever heard Prime Minister, with all the medical expertise we have, and that's a policy response, Mr. Speaker. It's nothing else. When the leader of the country, in the middle of a pandemic, comes to showboat and say that's the best CMO ever, it signals to the country that this government is not ready with its policy response. And that is what the motion speaks to. Mr. Speaker, another policy response of this government, and I'm waiting to hear how they're going to adjust this one. Because the motion speaks to a new direction by the government in this COVID response. Mr. Speaker, here is how they responded. I don't know where the scientific evidence came from, and again, I'm going back to the motion, you know, Mr. Speaker. I'm tying everything in, because I know you always want us to tie it in. I'm going back to the motion to say that it speaks to policy initiatives. And I don't know where the scientific evidence came from. The government and its spokespeople indicated that there is some kind of backdoor theory, that cases are coming through the back door, that fishers are possibly transporting people with cases into St. Lucia. And there is a backdoor theory. So what did they do? On 30th of October, they decided that the fishers should pay. My perception, Mr. Speaker, this time, based on the actions of the government, I believe my perception is that they felt that the fishermen should pay, and not just fishermen, you know, local fishermen. And if you read the Gazette, it said local, and I'm sure there's a deliberate reason for that, Mr. Speaker. It said local fishermen, you know. It didn't say fishers, you know. It said local. So if a fisher coming from St. Croix or any other place came into St. Lucia to a landing site, a fish landing site, they would not have been breaking the law. And you think that's not deliberate, Mr. Speaker? That's deliberate. Local fishermen cannot go to any landing site. So if you're a fisher and you're a sea moss farmer, for 7 days, you could not have gone to do your work. How much did they lose, Mr. Speaker? And that's what I'm looking for, the policy responses. What are the different policy responses? It's so, because they believe it's so easy to just shut down fishers, shut down farmers. It's not so easy to deal with the other sectors. But with one stroke of a pen, you shut them down. And it's the callous way in which the government implemented its policy, Mr. Speaker. So the fishers lost thousands of dollars. That's the government's policy response. And that is what I'm asking the Prime Minister. What are the new ways to deal with these things? They have not told us. I represent fishers, a lot of fishers in Vieux North, Mr. Speaker. And many of them could not go to sea. The fishers who work at Savans Bay, they could not go to sea. These things have to hurt you. That a government can just on its high-handed horse decide for 7 days that fishers are not going to sea. Qui pêche pas qu'à aller parce que yo ka di à quoi dit c'est pêche qui ka mené Jean Covid à tuer. Yo pas ni yon pêche qui test positive for COVID-19. Not one. If they have any today, let me know. Not one fisher has been reported as having tested positive for COVID-19. But they were made to pay. Until the fishers decided, Mr. Speaker, to come to Castries, there were meetings, and all sorts of things were said. But it speaks to the way in which the government handled these policies relating to COVID-19. And as I said before, the government itself, its own policy said it. The tourists can go to water sports, they can, all kinds of things. But our fishers, it's easy to just shut down their operations. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask again, what are the policy suggestions? What are the different policy suggestions or prescriptions that will be used to assist people? And it is this same Prime Minister who told us there is no more money. The country has no more money. There is no more money for social stabilization programs. No more money, Mr. Speaker. So I'm wondering, how would this 30 million US assist in with social stabilization? This government is fond of saying things like, you don't give people money. It's as if there is something strange and diabolic about giving people assistance. And amidst all that, Mr. Speaker, we see what has happened to the new law, the COVID control law. So to me, Mr. Speaker, I go back to the first question that I asked. If this motion is about policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis response, what are these policy initiatives? The office of the Member of Parliament in Vieux North, and I don't know for the other offices, as a kind of center for where people come for services, Mr. Speaker, there should be a role for these offices. Can we, for example, procure masks on a large scale so that when people come to these offices, the elderly and so on, you can assist them? You can't give everybody everything, but is that a kind of policy response? Can we incentivize, for example, groups, the mothers' groups, the sports clubs, and assist them with programs where they can now touch base with their members so that we can push a message of masks and social distancing? In the very same way that the government finds millions and millions of dollars to do all sorts of capital projects, can we find, for example, money to employ young people or anybody who is unemployed to go to every single bus stand with alcohol with wipes and different things. Can we do that? Can that be a national policy response? Can we, for example, Mr. Speaker, intensify programs like putting standpipes with automatic soap dispensers at every bus stop, so that now we have more and more commuters washing their hands? And these policy responses that can assist, and these are not difficult things, but the policy responses are not, we don't know what they are. We don't know what they are. And Mr. Speaker, you know, some people say the Minister for Health just says what she wants. I will never say that, Mr. Speaker. I know this lady well. We have gone to conferences together, and the Minister for Health does not just say what she wants. I am convinced that the Minister for Health speaks for the government when she says the thing that she says, with the way she says it. And when there is a situation with the way the government responds, the policy response again to the whole respiratory clinic, and you listen to the response of the Minister for Health, you know why this government does not put people first, Mr. Speaker. You understand why this government does not put people first. And when the Minister for Health sounds like, you know, that's not a big problem. You know, somebody's in the room with water all over the place and so on, and somebody's crying out and people are complaining that it's on Facebook. And you hear the kind of response of the Minister for Health. You have to wonder. The horses at DSH have 1,000 times better conditions than what you have at the respiratory clinic. That is the reality, Mr. Speaker. And so if we are talking about COVID-19, and it's a serious situation, but the Prime Minister cannot escape with he being Prime Minister saying all of those things, whichever way he wants, blaming people for having protests, and that's why COVID is spiking. And then you want to come and be serious and say everybody must come on board. It's a serious situation, and that is why the opposition and those who are concerned must ask the government serious questions and be very serious about it. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that when in March the leader of the opposition held a press conference and we spoke about COVID-19, early March, March 5th I think it was, or 3rd, it's the same thing. They were saying it was doom and gloom. We're preaching doom and gloom. It's in the media. We are preaching doom and gloom. When we explained what was happening in China, and we were not hearing from the policymakers of the government, they said we're preaching doom and gloom. If you go to social media, Mr. Speaker, long before any of these ministers of government were out talking about COVID, we were in social media and in our communities, putting flyers all over the place. The member for Castries North joked with me once when he came to Parliament and said, boy, I see you have a video about washing your hands. Lavez la main, lavez la main. We were just joking about it. That is how early we were off the track with COVID-19. So don't tell us that we don't care about these things. I did my video long before you all came out with all of these ads. Long before. So we are playing our part, and we care, and we'll put people first, Mr. Speaker, but I have not seen any evidence of the new policy responses and the new initiatives that this money, the millions of dollars here, should reflect. And I await the Prime Minister's responses to get them. Magadi, Mr. Speaker, janvier for nous savent, qui nous envie pour nous pas moi tout seul, c'est moun qui a travaillé avec moi. Nous commençons à faire COVID-19 éducation ça longtemps. Nous avons mis bagaille les poteaux. Moun ka passé yo ka oui nous. Nous ka aller tout kay bay moun feyet di yo ça fait Covid là. Nous fait vidéo ka di moun manière pour laver la main yo. Parce que nous concernés c'est parlementaires les façade opposition. Sous garder les page Facebook yo, ou ka wè toute qualité bagaille nous te ka faire pour ça faire Covid là. Leader opposition mene hand sanitizer by l'école. So we care about what's happening. Mais ça moi ka dire, l'argent gouvernement vient prêter ici, moi pas ouais qui ça qui neuf yo dit yo kay fait avec toute l'argent ça. Avec comme la coutume, moi pas ka trust ça yo ka di, ma te ka trust ça yo ka di les fig, les di yo ka voye fig en France, ma ka trust li jik toujours bret fig pour arriver France, et yo ka di yo ka market fig à l'hôtel, yo ka market kako, tout qualité bay comme ça. Ma ka trust ça yo ka di Mr. Speaker, et moi salve, yo pas ko bay réponse à la COVID-19 là, je ça là, yo vinn petit. Merci un chay. Thank you Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castro South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise, Mr. Speaker, to contribute to this debate on the resolution authorizing the Minister of Finance to borrow 20 million US, Mr. Speaker, 30 million US from the Caribbean Development Bank. Mr. Speaker, before I go into the substantive debate, this morning, both the member from Castro South East and the member from Mico South referred to the range agreement. And the member from Castro South East, who is a minister of government. And Mr. Speaker, I rose on a point of order. And I indicated that as honorable ministers, if they are citing official documents.
Honorable member, you made that point. The member said it will get to the House.
No, I cannot hear you, Mr. Speaker.
No. You made the point. I ruled on it. The document referred to will be presented to you.
Mr. Speaker,
no. It will be presented to you. It's within my control at this time to do that.
Mr. Speaker,
so let's move on.
No,
from
Mr.
that
Speaker,
point.
can I quote the document as he did this morning? I need to clarify, Mr. Speaker, I am an honorable member of this House. A member stood up, accused me, Mr. Speaker. We've not moved on. If we are to move on, Mr. Speaker, it should be struck out of the records. I need to clarify this point, Mr. Speaker. I rose this morning. You did not allow me to continue on it, Mr. Speaker. You said the document will be circulated.
The document will be
but
circulated.
Mr. Speaker, can I quote from the document just like he did? Because I've asked that the document be provided to me. And I'm asking your permission, Mr. Speaker, for me to clarify the accusations which were made this morning. You can decide you do not want me to address the matter.
Honorable member.
I know
honorable
my
member,
rights in this
honorable member. Honorable member. There are provision. Well, I shouldn't say provision. There are opportunities where you will get to deal with this.
Like when?
Okay.
When, Mr. Speaker?
At this present time, we are now just dealing with the COVID motion.
Speaker,
Let's deal with that. I'm saying to you, you will get opportunities, and then you will take that opportunity to deal with it. I'm not telling you. I'm just saying at this present time, let's deal with the COVID resolution.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister in his rebuttal spoke on a range of issues.
Honorable member, let's not do that. You will get your opportunity to come back to this point. At this present time, let's deal with the COVID and let's move on. Continue, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, these matters, like you said, will be dealt with at the appropriate time. That an honorable member has been accused in this House, and you're saying that he should not attempt to clarify, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker...
Honorable member, you do not want me to take this step and ask you to take your seat.
Well,
and that is what you're moving for me to do.
Speaker,
now, for the last time,
can I say
no,
to
for the last time,
for
the last time, honorable member, you will get your opportunity to deal with what you want to deal with. For now, we're dealing with the COVID resolution. Let's deal with it. Let's move on. Continue.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, the member from Miku South presented a report which was required to be presented to this House 6 weeks after the termination or the ending of the state of emergency. And he presented this document to the House. Can I refer to this document? Do you have your permission to do so? Mr. Speaker. In the document, Mr. Speaker, it has a very interesting paragraph. And I shall read it, Mr. Speaker. On page 516, the oversight of the public procurement function falls under the supervision of the Department of Finance. It should be noted that this report does not assess the effectiveness, relevance, or efficiency of the procurement transactions that were conducted during the state of emergency, as this was not the primary objective of this exercise. It goes on. The Department of Finance wishes to note that the level of data analytics in sourcing, compiling, and analyzing the data obtained from the procuring entities. And it goes on, notwithstanding, the Department of Finance is committed to instituting...
On a point of order, is the member debating a report that was presented in the House? Or is the report in relation to the bill that is before us? Because there's a bill before us, and I have not heard the member say a word about the bill, but he's reading a report.
Honorable member, I'm just hoping that he'll get there.
We're borrowing money
leeway. Continue
for the COVID response and for fiscal stability. And the report on how money for COVID response was spent is not relevant in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. The report says that the Department of Finance accepts that their ability to analyze how the money was spent was limited due to challenges encountered in sourcing, compiling, and analyzing the data obtained from the procuring entities. So basically, we are told that the figures presented in this report is severely limited because they had challenges to get information, to compile information, and to analyze the information. And we asked, Mr. Speaker, to come to authorize borrowing for the same and continuation of the COVID response. Mr. Speaker, I came here very prepared to be stopped every 5 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker. So let us start off. Let us start off, Mr. Speaker, with an acceptance that when this government speaks to us about expenditure on the COVID response, their own document they presented to the House said they are very limited in what was presented here today.
Speaker, on a point of order, what the document is making reference to is being very transparent and saying that this is not an audit report. Okay, that is exactly what the report is saying. There is no way attempting to say that it's going to be an audit report to determine the veracity, but to suggest and link that that is going back to the Ministry of Finance and how we're spending money and the typical protocols and controls are not in place is irresponsible And I hope that the member from Castries South would desist from going in that direction.
I shall repeat what I said, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the member from Mico South has some challenges in understanding. I am saying, Mr. Speaker, the report presented by the member from Mico South itself says the information presented in here and the analysis of the information was severely limited because they had challenges to get information, to compile it, and to analyze it. And if you're coming to me to ask me to approve borrowing 30 million US, Mr. Speaker, for further COVID responses, I have to ask, what is the basis for it? I have to ask that. If I cannot rely on the government's own document, now, I'm sure the technical people in the Ministry of Finance did their very best. Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, let us reflect on the two aspects that we have been asked to borrow for. COVID response and fiscal stability. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you will allow me the latitude to address both of them. Mr. Speaker, you would recall that before COVID really hit us in April, we would be told that all is well in this country, that the economy is booming, unemployment is dropping, revenues at an all-time high. We were told those things. And then, Mr. Speaker, COVID struck us, like every other economy in this world. And within 1 week, we were told there would be challenges to pay civil servant salaries. And I remember saying in this house, COVID did not create the economic crisis. It exposed it, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, this government was already on a frolic of its own, borrowing indiscriminately, Mr. Speaker, giving away the resources of this country, Mr. Speaker, to the FFS, Mr. Speaker. This is what was happening in this country. And what COVID did, it exposed the nakedness of the policy, Mr. Speaker, in a manner totally unanticipated, Mr. Speaker. We warned, Mr. Speaker, the member from Mico South, especially the leader of the opposition, about excessive borrowing. And this government has borrowed almost $2 billion in 4.5 years, Mr. Speaker. Borrowed, Mr. Speaker. And we're now hearing that debt to GDP might reach over 100%, Mr. Speaker. Over 100%. And we have been asked to come again, Mr. Speaker, to authorize more borrowing, Mr. Speaker. More borrowing. The leader of the opposition in March said St. Lucia was not prepared. And everybody went after him, Mr. Speaker. But he was right, Mr. Speaker, when he said that St. Lucia was the worst prepared for a COVID crisis. He was right. He knew the health sector was in tatters, Mr. Speaker. At that time, we were speaking of housing COVID patients on Rat Island, Mr. Speaker. Those were the kind of discussions taking place that we can take St. Lucians and put them on Rat Island, Mr. Speaker, because of the condition of the health facilities in this country. Are we going to deny this? And he was told that we were wrong. He was wrong for saying so. The chicken have come home to roost, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, honorable member, because I will want to protect you the same way.
You know,
Continue.
Speaker, you've always heard when you cannot respond to somebody at the same level, you always decide to hit back low. Why would any one of us in this house, why would any St. Lucian want
Honorable member, there's some things I don't hear. Continue.
You don't hear it? Okay, well, let's move on, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we were being told that, okay, EU cannot be open, that we needed to privatize it. We were being told that St. Lucians We needed an Indian company, can't remember its name, that would come to St. Lucia to advise us to open OKU because we could not open it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all remember the videos, Mr. Speaker, and the videos and the photos of the conditions at VH and St. Jude, Mr. Speaker. The St. Jude Hospital works were stopped. And we all know the Minister of Concrete and Steel, Mr. Speaker. He had his own plans for St. Jude, Mr. Speaker. The minister who's responsible for construction in the country, Mr. Speaker. That's what I'm referring to. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, and remind you.
Just hold on. Honorable members, a few moments ago,
Private citizens.
a few moments ago, we had peace and quiet, where every member was able to present in silence. Let's return to that because I would like us to ensure that everybody is heard, whether you're government or opposition. If you believe there are issues and you want to take issues, then there are provisions in our standing hours upon which you can interrupt. Continue, Honorable Member.
So, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to make a few comments, to quote a few comments made publicly by members on the other side about the state of the health sector in St. Lucia prior to COVID. Mr. Speaker, August 18, 2016, Mary Isaac, Minister for Health. Hospital is on schedule and hopefully we'll see the opening of a hospital sometime this year. Minister for Health saying that in August 2016. The Prime Minister, member for Miku South, on the chairman with Dave Samuel says, transfer into OKEU by year end. That's February 2017, Mr. Speaker. The member from Kashui South East, in April 2017, speaks of a phase opening to St. Jude opening. February 2018, the member from Miku South, advanced stage with a third party to take on certain responsibilities at OKEU. In February 2018, the Director of Implementation calls New Spain and says they will be opening OKEU in phases and that there will be health care for all in the country. On February 7, 2018, the member from Catholic Office calls in New Spain. He says there will be health insurance. Everyone will have at least $100,000 health coverage a year. And he's speaking with Health City Cayman, Apollo Health, and some other institution, Mr. Speaker. And I can go on and on about the white paper and everything else that will be prepared, Mr. Speaker. So when the member from Castries East said we were not ready yet and we were the worst prepared, he was right. And the members opposite tried to take comments that the member from Denry North made after he listened to our presentation and said yes, he was satisfied based on the plans that he had seen that we would be prepared. They said, oh, he is saying one thing and his leader is saying a different thing. Mr. Speaker, the truth is, and that's where the accounting for COVID response starts, we moved into OKEU, and we did so rapidly, Mr. Speaker, by St. Lucians. It were the same technical people, the same St. Lucians, that transitioned and moved us into OKEU without privatization, Mr. Speaker. And it proves, Mr. Speaker, that we as St. Lucians have the technical capability and competence, Mr. Speaker, to achieve higher standards of performance, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of regard for public servants. I joined the public service as a foreign service cadet, and I left it as a permanent secretary. I have a lot of faith and confidence in our technical people in this country. Of course, some of them play politics, Mr. Speaker, but a lot of them are people who are capable of achieving, Mr. Speaker. And if the member from Denry North said he was satisfied and happy, Mr. Speaker, I didn't have to be there. I would agree with him because I know what our people are capable of. And then, Mr. Speaker, we had to go to Cuba to get the Cuban Medical Brigade. The same Cuba that some of us, Mr. Speaker, some of us were punished for expressing solidarity with. We had to go to Cuba. But you know, Mr. Speaker, this government has had a real schizophrenic relationship with COVID. When things are going well, it is the government that is doing well. And when things look a little shady, it is because they are listening to advice from the CMO and the technical people. Mr. Speaker, I would have loved to hear a report in this Parliament from the CEO on the COVID crisis response management. I would love to hear her, before we agree to this resolution, Mr. Speaker, for she to tell us what is the state of COVID response management and what it is that we need, Mr. Speaker. I do not want to hear it from the member from Miku South. Nobody in St. Lucia trusts the word of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, because he tells tales. If I say lies, you will tell me I'm out of order. Over and over in this country, Mr. Speaker.
And what's the difference?
I beg your pardon?
And what's the difference?
Sorry?
What's the difference? You're going to use other words and then you say I'm not supposed to?
Of course. Mr. Speaker, the same member who tell us that the country is broke is carried all over the world. I saw it, somebody sent it to me, it was in a German newspaper. And you should see how they write the story in German. And then the Prime Minister says, he never said that. What he said is, we have no money, we've used all our money. Then what's the meaning of broke, Mr. Speaker? But if the CMO could come to Parliament, and I'm sure you as Speaker can facilitate, she presenting to the parliamentarians, tell us, are the quarantine facilities up to standard? Are the clinics up to standard? Is the respiratory hospital up to standard? Is there sufficient PPE? Is there sufficient medical personnel? And if she can say to us, this is the state of COVID rapid response management, and this is what we need, I would have absolutely no hesitation. I would not even debate this resolution. I would not. You see, Mr. Speaker, there's a crisis of confidence in this government, especially when it comes to COVID. Because they are boasting all over how great they were. How great they were. But now things are looking a bit ticklish. Everybody is blaming. Everybody's blaming. And I heard the Prime Minister, the member from Miku South, did the most shameful thing a Prime Minister can do in this country. To stand in this honorable chamber and suggest that there is a link between the spread of COVID and the Labour Party having a rally. This is shameful, Mr. Speaker. Labour Party supporters are citizens of this country. They pay their taxes, law-abiding citizens, and no Prime Minister have any right to stigmatize them. This is especially what stigmatizing people is about. And he has, Mr. Speaker, to feel the wrath of the Labour Party people at the right time, Mr. Speaker. Because it is shameful. A Prime Minister is supposed to come and is supposed to heal. Watch what happens in the United States. Biden, on the heels of Trump, is trying to heal America, to bring people back, to close the division and the differences between people. That's what leaders do. You inspire your people to come together and to work together and to fight the challenges that they face. It doesn't mean we won't disagree politically, but you are a leader of the people, and you respect the people, and you have an empathy for the people. And to suggest in the Honorable House that there is a link between the rally and the recent spike in about some of this. I have had, Mr. Speaker, you heard he shouting, it is true, Mr. Speaker, the member. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have said that it is surrogates of the United Workers' Party that is doing that. It's not the leaders. I have said so. I have said so. And today the Prime Minister proved me wrong. I was arguing, it's not the leaders, it's not the colleagues I sit around with who are behind this. Because sometimes people accuse you, the politician, you one of the leaders of the party, as been behind some of the mischief that you see on social media, and you know nothing about it. Surrogates do a lot of those things. And I was prepared to argue anywhere that none of my colleagues seated here would be behind spreading this word on social media that is the Labour Party rally that is spreading COVID. The Prime Minister stood up in the House today and proved me wrong. And I apologize to every colleague of mine that I argued with and said it was not the members there who were behind that. Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members.
When things were good, Mr. Speaker, and the members said before, we were saying it's so good, we are among the best in the world, that even New York City is copying us, Mr. Speaker. But I've learned you don't taunt God. You just enjoy His mercies, Mr. Speaker. But I've also learned that a football game has two halves. A basketball game has 4 quarters. A tournament has many games. So, Mr. Speaker, you don't go about boasting and beating your chest after the first quarter in a basketball match that you've won the match and you're the best there is. You know, there are some football teams, and I don't want to mention them. First half, they have a goal and they want to boast how good they're doing. And then Tottenham beats them 5-1. Mr. Speaker, you don't celebrate, Mr. Speaker, until the race is over, until this COVID this threat, this pandemic has been dealt with. Nobody should be beating their chest. Every day we should have a mantra of telling people, observe the protocols, observe the protocols, observe the protocols. And I avoid commenting on Facebook about some of those, Mr. Speaker. You go on my Facebook page now, Mr. Speaker, and you will see my postings in relation to COVID. I was probably the first parliamentarian who took my youth group, went around the constituency putting up flyers about COVID, Mr. Speaker. You can go on Facebook and see it. And like members on this side, we were in our own way ensuring that we educated our people about COVID and what should be done. The leader of the opposition, sometimes we laugh at him because he never wants to go anywhere without his mask. He never wants to take off his mask, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that is our disposition towards COVID. And we've been borrowing monies. But where have those monies gone to, Mr. Speaker? That we're coming back here today asking to borrow more money. Where have the monies gone? And from my recollection, Mr. Speaker, we got about 77 million from IMF. The last sitting in this house from, I think, IDA, a loan for COVID, health sector strengthening project, another 54 million EC. Today we've been asked for about 40 million US, which is about 80 million EC. That's about 210 million EC dollars, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the health sector is in a worse state. I can give you examples that constituents have come to me. Just yesterday, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, and I need to tell you that story. Yesterday, a constituent of mine, her husband died, and I'm there with her, consoling. She says to me, on Saturday, the gentleman was not feeling well. Well, from Friday night, they went to the OKU at 6 o'clock in the morning. 6 o'clock in the morning. He was asked to go to the VH because he was having shortness of breath, whatnot, and they would, anything to do with chest, speech, shortness of breath, you go. They were seated under the tent from 6:30. They were getting wet from the rain. At 3:30, the gentleman decides he's going home. He cannot stay anymore. Almost 9 hours later, he lied. He goes home, Mr. Speaker. On Sunday, he gets worse. He goes to the hospital. He's admitted at VH. And he dies yesterday afternoon. Right here in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. I know another constituent, Mr. Speaker, who paid for her chemotherapy, paid for it for free sessions, I think it's called. She had one. She could not get the second at OKEO, and she died a few days after, Mr. Speaker. This is the state of our health sector, Mr. Speaker. Let's not play games and pretend as if all is well. I can say a lot about OKEO right now, Mr. Speaker, and the state of OKEO. But, Mr. Speaker, leave that for another day, Mr. Speaker. I want, Mr. Speaker, I think this document probably would have been made a document at the House. St. Lucia Economic Recovery and Resilience Plan. I think it was officially launched a few days ago. I'm not sure if it's been made a document of the House. If not, it really should be. Because it is documents like these that will inform us on whether those resolutions make sense. Because you're borrowing money for this. No? I think that's a logical way. If you have a St. Lucia COVID, it says moving from pandemic to recovery with collective action, economic recovery and resilience plan. So I guess the borrowing for COVID is really to fulfill the activities in there. So I want you, Mr. Speaker, to hear some of the things that are in here. Conversion of the Victoria Hospital to on page 50. Conversion of the Victoria Hospital to a dedicated respiratory hospital, $4.1 million. Now let's go to, now this was prepared as the national plan. So the projection was that we spend $4.1 million. And I guess when you go to page 3 of the report, retrofitting of health facilities, $550,000. Now, we're saying to the end of September, despite all our borrowing, previous borrowing, the $77 million from the IMF, part of which will be used for election projects, a plan identified that would need $4.1 million to convert VH, but we, according to this limited document, would have spent $500,000. So what happened to the IMF money? What happened to the other monies that we've borrowed? Why couldn't we achieve what was in the plan, Mr. Speaker? Why couldn't we achieve it? Why should there be a video being circulated, Mr. Speaker, about the conditions that COVID patients have to be in right now at the same Victoria Hospital that a plan identified that we needed $4.1 million for? Why, Mr. Speaker? And we are asked to borrow even more, Mr. Speaker. I can go on. Let me give you a couple others. It says establishment of quarantine facilities, $2.6 million. I'm not aware of any quarantine facility that was established. Instead, we have accommodation for persons in quarantine and isolation centers, $4.6 million. Mr. Speaker, Cuban doctors, it says $3.3 million. This report says $888,000, Mr. Speaker. And I want to understand, Mr. Speaker, if we are borrowing monies over and over, and there is a plan that says what the money is supposed to be spent on, Mr. Speaker, why is it the report is not showing that the money was spent on those initiatives, Mr. Speaker? And we've been asked to approve even more borrowing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when that video was circulating, the Minister of Health was asked, Honorable Mary Isaac, and I heard my colleague from Beaufort North she says exactly what it is. And she was asked about mold at the hospital. Did you hear her response? That there is mold everywhere. There is mold in castries. There's mold everywhere. So what's unusual about having mold at the respiratory hospital? Are you serious? Mold itself is a contributor to respiratory disease. How do you take a COVID person who has respiratory issues and put that person in a mold-infested place and say that's normal, everywhere have mold? It's like taking a sick person and putting them in a gas chamber and expecting them to recover. And you're asking us to approve more borrowing for COVID response, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the chairman of the command center, member from Ancillary Canneries, and you know he will come and he will be his usual disrespectful self, Mr. Speaker. All that concerns is that there are more flights and more flights and more flights and more flights, trivializing the concerns and the complaints of St. Lucians. This is not all about more flights and more visitor arrivals. Why is there a feeling that we have to have an urgency in boasting, not that we are catering for the concerns of people affected by COVID and the fear of COVID? Instead, we are more concerned with how many more tourists are coming. And, you know, someone sent me, Mr. Speaker, a note, somebody from overseas, that there are individuals that are using self-administered tests. I don't want to go into too much detail on it now. Self-administered tests, you can buy a test kit, do the swab yourself, and post it to them and await your results. But think about it. If we are accepting this in St. Lucia, they actually tell you how you can order the test. I think it's a Randox test, or some, that's the company manufacturing the self-administered kits. And we're accepting that into St. Lucia. Now, Mr. Speaker, we hear about the backdoor entry. Just think about this, statistically. How many persons have come in and tested positive for COVID? And remember what Mia Motley said in Barbados, because they knew about the self-administered kits. They knew about it. So they require you to do another test in Barbados 4 days after. I don't know if you saw the clip, and I can get it and play it for you. And she is saying, how many of those persons are now testing positive when they are tested 4 days after? And you're saying to me, and think about it statistically, over 16,000 people have come to St. Lucia from the hotspots of the United States and the United Kingdom. And how many have tested positive? Over 16,000 persons. But you're going to say to me, the few persons that may have come in through the back door, they are the ones bringing all the cases to St. Lucia. Statistically, how is that possible? There's something about probability. The probability of more cases coming to St. Lucia, given a few persons enter in back door, maybe 10, maybe 15, I don't know, maybe 100, compared to 16,000. Where is it more likely that you will get persons who are affected? What kind of reasoning is that? It's statistics, it's probability. And more so those 16,000 coming from hotspots. Yes, probability. There's something called probability. There's something called probability. But when you want to mamagai people, you cannot understand the concept of probability. You would want us to believe that 16,000 people came in from hotspots, not one was affected with COVID. But you will tell me, if 15 people came from Martinique, a few of them have COVID. It's either a racist statement you're making. No. That is a real possibility. Not racist. I'm not saying you're racist. Because if you're going to tell me, not desperate, if you're telling me 16,000 tourists coming from the United States, none of them can be positive. But if I bring in 10 people from Martinique, they are more likely to have it. You're stigmatizing. You are stigmatizing people according to their circumstances, their ethnic origin, or whatever. That's what it is, Mr. Speaker. You can send out a point of order. But and not one fisherman, the supposed transporters of the COVID backdoor carriers have tested positive. So, explain that one to me, Mr. Speaker. And again, Mr. Speaker, I come back to the accusation that it was the Labour Party match that is linked to the recent spike in COVID. Again, my mind, Mr. Speaker, is working. It tells me the only way that match or rally could have spread is if it existed in the first place. Think about it. But you told us it did not exist. You told us that there was no COVID in St. Lucia. You told us for months we've not recorded a case. You said so to us. You lured us into a false sense of security. You're walking around, no mask. Mr. Speaker, for months we have no cases. We're COVID-free and boasting about tourism arrivals and opening up. And then there's a match a few days after a spike starts, and you're saying to us, is the match that caused it. Not me that's saying it. And you're telling me, Mr. Speaker, who's fooling who? Who's fooling who, Mr. Speaker? But let's put all of that aside. Let's put all of that aside, Mr. Speaker. We need to focus on the key issue. For my part, I leave the medical management for the technical people, the competent doctors and frontline workers, Mr. Speaker. I care first and foremost, Mr. Speaker, about the people that sit in front of my desk in my constituency office. And I heard the Prime Minister this morning disdainfully dismissing St. Lucians who benefit from zero-rated imported foods. As if, you know, how could we be doing that? How do you think you're doing something good for somebody to not put VAT on chicken back? Well, he didn't say chicken back, but the zero-rated foods. Yes, Mr. Prime Minister, there are people in St. Lucia that this means a lot to them. I'm wondering sometimes whether or not some of the members opposite, they don't have constituents who come to see them. People who would say to them that they've not had a meal for the last 2 days, their children cannot get food to eat. This happens in St. Lucia. And don't pretend as if in your own effort to change the narrative and give St. Lucians a false impression that does not exist in St. Lucia. It exists in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, it's not about the introduction of VAT, Mr. Speaker. The issue is St. Lucians are suffering. There are children that have no devices. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about this. Let's go back to the report, Mr. Speaker. I have to go back to the report on how we've spent the money so far, and yet we've been asked to borrow more money. Mr. Speaker, can somebody explain to me, water tanks, page 3, $1.1 million was spent on water tanks for vulnerable people in St. Lucia. About $1,000 for a water tank that takes about 1,000 odd gallons. That means 1,000 water tanks could have been bought with that money. 1,000 water tanks. I don't know anybody in Cashew South, that vulnerable person in Cashew South that got a water tank. Who are the people in St. Lucia that got $1.1 million worth of water tanks in St. Lucia? Now, maybe there are people who got, but we've not received a report in this honorable house to say, always is a lump sum. It was not individuals. So if vulnerable people are individuals and they're part of families and water tanks were distributed to them, so who got the water tanks? But a school is not a vulnerable person. I don't understand. Mr. Speaker, maybe, they tell me I'm not reading it right, but, you know, Mr. Speaker, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I make sure I pay attention and I listen and I read and I research. And when things are said, I take note of it. But let's go on, Mr. Speaker. Let's go, well, maybe I don't understand for sure. Like you told me this morning about the PhD and thing. Mr. Speaker, there was one about equipment for computers and equipment to facilitate e-learning, $2.3 million. I know you can get tablets for about $300, maybe $400. If you're going to buy tablets for $400 to distribute to school children who need it desperately, how many can you buy in $2.3 million? You can probably get about 6,000, say 5,800. So you probably can buy about 5,000 minimum tablets at the sale and distribute it throughout St. Lucia. We spent $2.3 million, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, this document about resilience and economic recovery, I really want all parliamentarians to read it. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
Can I proceed? Yeah. Mr. Speaker, This plan is valued about $520 odd million. The Economic Recovery and Resilience Plan. 400 million is shovel-ready projects. Shovel-ready projects. What is a shovel-ready project? How do you determine that a shovel-ready project is a critical requirement for an economic recovery and resilience plan? I know what a shovel-ready project is. But, Mr. Speaker, in the context of an economic plan, how do you determine that a shovel-ready project is required for this plan? That's an important consideration. Now, a lot of those projects are election projects, Mr. Speaker, in many different ways, election projects. But time will expose all those things, Mr. Speaker. I need, Mr. Speaker, and I would have loved to hear, if we are borrowing more money for more projects, what's the analysis on the impact it would have on economic growth, Mr. Speaker? Whether some of those projects could not have been postponed for another date and resources used elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. 400 million out of 526 million are shovel-ready projects, projects that were ready before COVID came about. Before COVID came about. Because you are planning for the elections. Mr. Speaker, I need someone, and I guess the member from Cassius' office is probably, he's the Minister for Economic Development, so he's probably have an understanding of economics, and economic and development economics. Help me understand, Mr. Speaker, how do you build economic resilience at the expense of fiscal sustainability? Because you are borrowing massive amounts to spend on projects that you believe you need to implement. I don't see how they build economic resilience. They may contribute to economic recovery, but what is the trade-off in terms of your fiscal sustainability? Because we are borrowing, our debt level is going higher. We have to repay those debts. That's not free money. How do you trade off between, Mr. Speaker, having recovery? I don't see how you build in resilience, because resilience really is about preventing future shocks and structuring the economy in a way where you prevent future shocks. I do not see how the Rodney Bay roundabouts is contributing to economic resilience, Mr. Speaker. So explain to me, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to wait for him, Mr. Speaker, to give me the explanation. But the member from Cassius East asked a couple of questions, which still have to be answered. Can the member from Miku South, the Minister of Finance, tell us about the state of our reserves at the ECCB, our drawdowns at the ECCB? Is it true that we've exhausted the monies that are there? Is it true? I was hearing from friends of mine in Grenada that Grenada was being asked to give St. Lucia some slack to use their drawdowns because we had exhausted ours. Is that true? What are statutory reserves? What are the reserves that are at ECCB, and how much of it have we drawn down? Mr. Speaker, we also need to know, when we speak about debt, all the build, design, and finance roads, how much do they add up to? There are about 3 construction companies that are involved in discussions, negotiations. Some have started work. The Rodney Bay roundabouts, the roads in Grosley, that is trying to save an honorable member, Mr. Speaker, because he promised the people he would repair all the roads. These will cost the taxpayers of St. Lucia money, Mr. Speaker, to repay it. Where is it reflected in our debt burden, Mr. Speaker? So can you imagine if the Rodney Bay roundabout is $50 million, the roads in about 50 million. How much is 21? 15. I heard it was costed at about 16. But you will probably tell us the exact amount. Because you notice on the board, they don't tell you how much roads cost in St. Lucia anymore. You know, before you used to hear. You used to hear. And I wish the member from Cassius North, the Minister for Infrastructure, was there to tell us and give us a status on that road. Because I'm hearing it's not even he's responsible for it. It's economic development that's responsible for it. You ever hear comments there? Is a roundabout road being built, but it's a different minister that's in charge of it. But that's another story for another time. So,
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order. I'm the Minister for Economic Development, and I don't know that I am responsible for any road construction on this island. The member needs to withdraw his statement about Minister of Economic Development being responsible for a road that is built in the area.
okay, so you're not responsible, Minister.
He's not so responsible.
Yeah, so,
So,
no, I'm not spreading falsehood, but Mr. Speaker, he said, I said him. I'm sure he knew I meant his ministry. But if you think I meant you personally, I will
no, what
withdraw
it is, I guess, as what it's I'm not sure if you could separate him from the ministry, but he said he's not his ministry responsible.
So it's the Ministry of Infrastructure that is
He's
responsible.
responsible for road.
Because I'm not sure the board says
So,
that, but
so, honorable member, since you're in the House, just so withdraw that statement that to give
Honorable
indicate.
member from Castres office, I withdraw it, Mr. Member, that you're not the one responsible. But the truth will come out, Mr. Speaker. The truth will come out on the guaranteeing of the money for the contractor who is building that road. But leave that for another time and another place, Mr. Speaker. Leave that for another time and another place. You're smiling. We'll see. Mr. Speaker, the member from Miku South, let me tell you, the member from Scottish office told us about he can make money work. And apparently, even in COVID times, he can make money work, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the member from Miku South, it's still burning you. The member from Miku South, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members,
said that revenue.
Honorable members, keep the temperature.
The member from Miku South said.
And one more thing, can you please get back or tie all your statements to the resolution? I think you're starting to.
Because remember, we're borrowing for fiscal stability. So I'm going to ask the question. The member from Miku South said revenue had increased by 86% in October. It had increased to 86%. So if your revenue was 100 million, well, if you had revenue expected to be 100 million, we're now at 86 million. So if St. Lucia has recovered so magnificently, then we don't have much of an economic problem anymore. No? If revenue, no, what kind of logic is that? If you're saying, listen to what I'm saying carefully. Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. I want to, Mr. Speaker, there's something about,
Honorable members, time is going.
But you know why? You know why? Because members on the other side measure the resources of this country differently to us. You understand? There's something called FFF, Mr. Speaker, and that's how they measure economic recovery. So, Mr. Speaker, if your revenue has now recovered to 86% of what it was pre-COVID, think about that, Mr. Speaker. Your revenue has increased to 86% of what it was pre-COVID. I shall say no more. I shall say no more. I shall say no more, Mr. Speaker. But what I can say is that if revenues have increased to 86% of what it was before, then, Mr. Speaker, I think the people of St. Lucia should get a better deal, Mr. Speaker, than what they're getting now. The people of St. Lucia should be getting a better deal, Mr. Speaker. When you go back to the plan and you see how much has been allocated for safety nets, Mr. Speaker, if you see what was allocated to helping displaced people, people who lost their jobs, who cannot get any income, Mr. Speaker, and your revenues have now increased to 86% of what it was, then I really need to understand the logic behind the continued borrowing. Why are we borrowing an additional 80 million EC dollars today for the COVID response and fiscal stability? Your revenues have already reached a level, albeit in 1 month, for 86% of what it was. Just think about it. It doesn't matter what your expenditure is. You have now, your revenue has now increased back to 86% of what it was. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that there are times when you need to borrow. I believe the government should come and make a proper case for more borrowing. This country is heavily in debt. But I must say to you, Mr. Speaker, that members opposite, and so far only the member from Miku South has spoken. And you know what will happen, Mr. Speaker, it started this morning. You come, you ask them some difficult questions, and they get personal and insulting, Mr. Speaker. Come and make a proper case why this country has to borrow more money. If revenue is increasing so significantly that you've already reached in October 86% of what it was before, tell us, give us a good reason why we should sanction more borrowing and more borrowing and more borrowing, Mr. Speaker. That is my essential point. That is my essential point. And Mr. Speaker, as I end, I remind you that I'm looking forward to your promise to me that I will get an opportunity to deal with the issue that I raised at the start of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Member for Ancillary Canaries. Honorable members. Member for Ancillary Canaries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my fullest support to the resolution put forward by the Minister of Finance here today. Mr. Speaker, no doubt, the international agencies are suggesting that countries, especially developing countries like ours, Mr. Speaker, are having to revert to borrow as they see significant declines to their revenues, to their economic performance, and the wider GDP performance of those individual countries. And so, Mr. Speaker, whether it was the St. Lucia Labour Party administration or a UWP administration, being at the helm of government at this time, we have no choice but to revert to borrowing to meet the significant revenue declines that we have seen that has come about because of COVID. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go through all of that, but what I'll do, Mr. Speaker, is spend a lot of time clarifying and bringing some facts to some of the fabrications made here so far. Mr. Speaker, I am on record in this honorable House, and I was asked to withdraw the statement by you when I referred to the member for Castries South as the billion-dollar liar. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you don't like to use the word lying in the House, so I will desist from using that word. But, Mr. Speaker, I will rebaptize him as the great fabricator of the truth, because today he didn't mislead the House by $1 billion, but he proceeded to do so by $1.4 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, he's getting better with time. He suggested in a statement, Mr. Speaker, that we had borrowed some $2 billion since we had come to government. Mr. Speaker, a quick look into the Social Economic Review shows that the debt in 2016 was at $3,071,409,000. Up to 2019, Mr. Speaker, and I don't have the numbers so far for 2020, but it's not $1 billion. We have borrowed, it showed that the debt was at $3,417,597,000. So a difference, Mr. Speaker, of 346 million over a 4-year period. But the member has said that we've borrowed some 2 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, we would need some clarity as to how we arrive at that figure. It was either going to school on Sundays or, I think, deliberately misleading the House on the point. Mr. Speaker, he went on to say that COVID did not create an economic crisis, but it exposed it. And Mr. Speaker, several pronouncements have been made by well-known institutions like the IMF, the World Bank, and they have showed that this is a global economic crisis, which no country in the world knows what to do. We're seeing that in the United States, it's over $1 trillion they've had to pump into their economy. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, that other leading economies of the world have had to pump billions of dollars into their economy. We've seen other Caribbean countries, Mr. Speaker, having to introduce other relief measures in order to bring about some level of stability, Mr. Speaker, albeit not very successful. Mr. Speaker, a lot of commotion was made here today about the earlier pronouncement by the member for Micoud South suggestion that the SLP rally was irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, I wish to join my voice in echoing the sentiments of those statements that the rally held by the St. Lucia Labour Party in the middle of a global pandemic, while we were saying that even though we have cases that may suggest we have flattened the curve of COVID-19, but it was yet from being over. Mr. Speaker, we were hauled over the coals for extending the state of emergency. They said we have no COVID in St. Lucia. We did indicate to them, Mr. Speaker, that while the numbers were quite low, that what we were doing was making sure that we had the relevant legislative framework in place to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that we can respond appropriately to COVID-19. But what they did, Mr. Speaker, was they went out and they indicated to the people that we were infringing upon their rights, that the state of emergency allowed the government extraordinary powers, that we were infringing and violating the rights of the citizen, notwithstanding that the same citizens were going to the beach, having picnics and going to church and doing all the things that they enjoy. But yet, Mr. Speaker, the SLP, what they didn't say at the time, was that with the state of emergency, the only thing that it barred was for political parties to have mass crowd gatherings. And what they did, Mr. Speaker, is as soon as the state of emergency expired, we see that there was a boycott of the parliament, and we see, Mr. Speaker, that within the gap of passing the COVID preparedness bill and the expiration of the COVID-19, the state of emergency, what we see, Mr. Speaker, was the St. Lucia Labour Party administration doing the unthinkable. And they were saying, Mr. Speaker, that they're putting the people of St. Lucia first. I joined the Prime Minister in saying that the only individuals that they put first were themselves and their political interests first. And, Mr. Speaker, they endangered a lot of their supporters in bringing them, Mr. Speaker, in what I regard as the lowest and cheapest form of politics I have seen in the history of this country. And the men on the opposite side, Mr. Speaker, should be repudiated for it. And so, Mr. Speaker, I say with no fear, Mr. Speaker, that the rally was irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, the suggestion was made here today that we were passing the blame to everyone else, now that there are a few cases. And, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that we take responsibility for every level of what is taking place. We've always said that we are not out of the woods, that as long as we were doing tourism, as long as people were coming to our country, as long as the flights were coming in, that it poses significant risk to our destination. But to the credit of our public health team is that they were doing a most extraordinary job in managing, Mr. Speaker, what to date is one of the biggest risks that we have taken in the management of COVID-19. And what we have seen so far, Mr. Speaker, is the curtailment, Mr. Speaker, of any significant number of cases being transmitted from guests to staff working at hotels or from tourists to general members of the public. We've got no evidence to suggest that that has actually happened, albeit, Mr. Speaker, that that is a real and present danger. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have to give the people of St. Lucia accurate information. When it was suggested here today that the Prime Minister of Barbados indicated that 90% of the cases in Barbados came from tourists, Mr. Speaker, you have to dive deeper into those numbers. And so, Mr. Speaker, Barbados has about 300 cases. And if there are 300 cases, and if 90% of those 300 were recorded cases from tourists, it would mean that there are 270. So 270, Mr. Speaker, out of an arrival population of over 30,000 is less than 1% of the tourist population that has been to Barbados that has tested positive. Now, it is true that they have a second mechanism, but Mr. Speaker, the second test that's required in Barbados must also be placed into context because, Mr. Speaker, the tourism product of Barbados is much different from us. It's EP driven, and the tourists do get about a lot more than the tourists that are in St. Lucia that are largely driven in all-inclusive hotels. And so the manner in which we structured our reopening was within an all-inclusive, confined enclave situation whereby there was the moving about of tourists at all times in very managed and controlled environments. And so, Mr. Speaker, we were criticized by the international community in the initial stages for the protocols which we had and for the product that we were selling. Because, Mr. Speaker, you would remember that we didn't have the tourists going to the sites and attractions and going to some of the places that you know, like the Gros Soleil Friday night and like the Castries Market, or any location where the likelihood exists for them to come into contact with the local population. What we did, Mr. Speaker, was to make sure at all times we managed the flow of that. But in phase 2 of our reopening, which is only quite recently, what we then did was we allowed for more moving about of tourists. But whenever we did, you had a COVID-certified taxi driver. You had the tours, which followed strict protocols. And, Mr. Speaker, along the way, you had a very, very stringent monitoring process. So, Mr. Speaker, when we're going to come to the House and we're going to suggest things to cause panic and scare, Mr. Speaker, we have to be truthful and we have to put it into context. And so while it is true that the Prime Minister of Barbados did make that statement, it is also, Mr. Speaker, misleading to come to the House and suggest that the laws of probability would have suggested that there are many more tourists who would have tested positive than we have found. And so, Mr. Speaker, I thought it was important to clarify that and to bring accurate information to the people of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, one of the lowest things that I've heard in my 4 years tenure in this House was what was said today, that were we being racist in choosing the countries that we opened to, and Martinique was referenced. And Mr. Speaker, I sat there and I was most surprised, even though I know that the member for Castries South doesn't often tell the truth. I was most surprised, Mr. Speaker, upon hearing him even suggest that. Because, Mr. Speaker, you would know that the situation in Martinique has been one that is of much concern. And, Mr. Speaker, they are also part of the European jurisdiction. So yes, they're 21 miles away, but when you open to Martinique, you open to Europe. And Mr. Speaker, one must be cognizant of that. And it is no discrimination, racially or otherwise. I mean, shame on the honorable member for suggesting that in this House. There's nobody on this side that is racist. That's offensive. And Mr. Speaker, for him to even say that, Mr. Speaker, that statement needs to be withdrawn from this House. Nobody is choosing whether we're going to open white countries and close the black countries. That's shameful. And so, Mr. Speaker, that is the lowest thing I've heard in this House. And so, but it tells you, Mr. Speaker, that the members opposite will say anything, they will do anything, just because, Mr. Speaker, they want to create a certain perception among the people of St. Lucia. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that this House needs to embrace more honorable and noble standards if we are going to set an example to lead this country and to provide the solutions for the social and economic problems which confront us at this time. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am saddened by what I heard here today. I'm saddened by the level of contributions. I've just heard a lot of bickering and no solutions, no solid argument, no solid solution as to how we can go forward and how we can fix this country. I heard the member for Castries East talking about asking questions about the fiscal indicators of this country. And those are valid questions. What is the debt to GDP ratio? How much did the CIP? Valid questions. But, Mr. Speaker, what baffles me about this is that the leader of the opposition is also the chairman of the Standing Accounts Committee. And, Mr. Speaker, in my 4 years in this House, he has failed to call one single meeting. And it then begs the question, Mr. Speaker, how serious is he about the management of the finances of this country? Mr. Speaker, he has failed to call a meeting. I am waiting to see the day that in this parliamentary term that we will see one meeting called by the chairman of the Standing Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, that will say to me that the member is serious about the fiscal responsibilities of this country because he has the best opportunity to ask those questions within the position that he's been given. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is all a bluff. This is all posturing for politics. And this is shameful about what we have seen today. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are going to remain focused on doing what we need to do for this country. We are not saying, Mr. Speaker, we've always been saying, even before this last outbreak, that we are not out of the woods, that all of us needed to do more, that we needed a proper legal framework by which we can manage the pandemic by which we're in. Look, today, Mr. Speaker, I'm saddened that I want to add my voice to the number of condolences that have been issued to the family of the first COVID death. And Mr. Speaker, nobody should die. Nobody should die. One death is too much, Mr. Speaker. And so while we're here politicizing and asking ridiculous questions, I looked at the member for Castries South, picked up the report. There's a table of expenditures here, Mr. Speaker, which totals 15.3 million, almost 15.4. But what he chose to do, Mr. Speaker, is that he chose to itemize the lowest expenditure items, which is 550,000, the retrofitting of health facilities. But, Mr. Speaker, in the same table, you've got a long list of medical equipment. We've spent some 3.2 million. Personal protective equipment, 1.5 million. Medical materials supplies, 1.1 million. Mr. Speaker, airfares and lodging for the Cubans that have come to help the overwhelmed health resources of this country to help us to open the Owen King EU Hospital, whilst as well, Mr. Speaker, allowing us to open up all of the respiratory clinics that are in various parts of the country so that people can go and be tested and they can have access, Mr. Speaker, to on-time information about COVID management. All of that, Mr. Speaker, was put into place. All of this happened while the country was shut down, while the Caribbean was shut down, while flights were difficult. All of this happened while the global supply chain was disrupted, while medical equipment, Mr. Speaker, was very, very difficult to be obtained, while the American had a rationing kind of situation where, Mr. Speaker, there were reports about where when countries ordered stuff and if it went through the United States and if it was deemed as a strategic piece of equipment, that country wasn't sure of getting it. And so, Mr. Speaker, a small country like St. Lucia did all of that despite the many challenges. And the members opposite are quite aware. But they have a different agenda. And that agenda is not to win COVID. That agenda is to win a political election. And that is sad, Mr. Speaker. I grieve today because of the behavior of my colleagues on the opposite side. Very low, very cheap. So let's give the people accurate information. The privacy of the bus driver was mentioned, where it was even suggested here today that we need to then, Mr. Speaker, follow suit and name the 2 physicians that tested positive. Really? Mr. Speaker, the driver was not cooperating with the medical experts. It then proved difficult for contact tracing to be done. It meant, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that if Tom Joe goes to the hospital and is tested positive for COVID, and Tom Joe says that he's not positive, and Tom Joe refuses to cooperate and give valuable information to the medical experts so that they can in turn, Mr. Speaker, give credible advice so that they can save many more people who are at risk. So they were left with no choice, Mr. Speaker, to say to those individuals who had come into contact with the bus driver that they had to go and turn themselves in if they had traveled on a certain bus. And Mr. Speaker, that is reasonable. That is in the best interest of the public. That is in the best interest of many other people who would have come into contact with the driver. So it wasn't a situation where anyone wanted to violate the privacy of the said driver. If he had revealed the information to the medical experts, I am sure that this would not be an issue here today. But we were left with no choice, Mr. Speaker, where we had to ensure that this was done. And I think that this was explained publicly before. But again, we are in this mode of misleading the public, of giving them information that is untrue, and giving them information to rile them up emotionally. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we're on the right track. I think we're moving in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, every single day, this government, multiple agencies meet in the command center and we discuss nothing but COVID. We wake up Sunday to Sunday, and Mr. Speaker, for hours on end. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, it requires 2 meetings a day. Because it depends on what the situation is, we will have to come back. And I want to thank my cabinet colleagues, because at every step of the way, Mr. Speaker, they have been nothing but supportive to the health experts of this country. They have called extra cabinet meetings when they have had to. They have worked late into the night, Mr. Speaker, coming up with the best policies and helping to shape the best regulations for St. Lucia. Everyone is committed because, Mr. Speaker, we understand that this is a real and present danger. This is not to be politicized. And if the leader of the opposition was serious, he would have been coming to our meetings when we invite him. But we're accused, Mr. Speaker, of of sidelining the opposition, not including them. But I heard the member for Dennery North today said that he's in constant contact with the PM because of the situation that was happening in his constituency. And he has mentioned on more than one occasion where the Prime Minister has had cause to call him. Now, Mr. Speaker, isn't that respect? Isn't that respect for his position that a Prime Minister will take the time, pick up the phone, and call you and say, MP, I have a situation in your community and I would like to work with you to solve it. But you're going to join with your colleagues. You're going to allow them to say the foolishness that they have said. Why? I mean, come on. This is more serious than that. This is a global pandemic. This is a national situation of crisis proportions. And all of us need to make sure that we put the politics aside and we deal with this. So yes, your political rally was irresponsible. And I saw many of the people there, the protocols were not followed. And to suggest that your march was sanctioned, there was no legal framework at the time. It was in the gap of the state of emergency and the implementation of the COVID-19 bill, the one that you boycotted. And what you did by boycotting and really instituting the largest dereliction of a parliamentarian's duty is by walking out. The walking out was childish and irresponsible. Childish and irresponsible. And at every step of the way, when the St. Lucia Labour Party administration is called to serve, is called to play a part in COVID-19, what we have seen is irrational behavior, emotional, irrational behavior. Well, we didn't get our way in the House, what we will do is walk out. But we were debating a very important piece of legislation. And what the House was robbed of was your contribution to the bill. But instead you took to social media. You went to rile up political strife in the country. That's not what the objective should be. The objective should be that we come here and get the best version of the COVID preparedness bill, because the bill is critical to the management of COVID in this country. So yes, you should be repudiated for that. And yes, I join with the Prime Minister unashamedly, and I say that your march was irresponsible. And walking out was irresponsible as well. Nobody is infringing upon your rights. We sit here, and we allow you to speak. The leader of the opposition spoke on the bill. He said nothing up to now that is substantive to cause the bill to change. But yet he's going out to bluff the country to say that he and his lawyers are going to now have a look at the bill to see what changes they can make. Mr. Speaker, irresponsible, irrational, reckless behavior. I make no apologies. And so, Mr. Speaker, this House must lead. This House has a responsibility. This House, Mr. Speaker, must at all times think about the safety of the people of St. Lucia. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say today that we will get past this. Mr. Speaker, I am going to say today that St. Lucia will get out of this. I'm going to say today, Mr. Speaker, that we will manage this situation. We will work, and we are prepared to work night and day with the private sector, with civil society, with the churches who have been doing a great job in making sure that the protocols are followed in their institutions. Mr. Speaker, the contact tracing team in the Ministry of Health, led by the Minister of Health and the CMO and the PS and the whole team, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that they work overtime, Sunday to Sunday, to make sure that we are doing as much as we possibly can to work and manage COVID, defeat COVID, even among severe challenges. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Babona. Honorable members, just for general information, that it is the intention to end this sitting by 8, but definitely not later than 8:40. At the same time, I would like the business of the House to continue. I must think of the staff that are still find their way home. So we'll manage between 8 and 8:30. Continue, on the member for Babona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I make my contribution, I would like to join fellow parliamentarians, if you allow me to extend condolences to Senator Francis for the passing of her son. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to take leeway to express condolences to the family of Oliver Scott Jr. I want to say that Oliver and I were members of Shamrock Sports Club, and of course, he was very supportive of my football career. I also want to express condolences to the family of Miss Masala in Babono, who passed away yesterday. Mr. Speaker, we have heard a lot today. A lot has been said as it pertains to our policies, our programs in monitoring this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, I want to repeat what I said in another forum, that COVID is something new to the world. COVID is something new to us in St. Lucia. So there isn't any template, Mr. Speaker, as to how a government manages COVID. Mr. Speaker, I'm already that COVID c'est bagay neuf la terre. COVID c'est bagay neuf en cette ici. Et puis pièce moun pa ni pièce expérience qui manière pour manage COVID. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that it's a good thing that the United Workers' Party is in government. Because of the experiences that we have in managing crisis, Mr. Speaker, and the leadership that we have been able to reduce on the severe impact of COVID. Mr. Speaker, we have heard a lot during the course of the day. And you'll allow me, Mr. Speaker, to make reference to some of the comments that have been made by those on the opposite during their contribution in discussing the COVID bill. Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries East, the leader of the opposition, said, "We have always given cooperation. As a government, as a party in opposition, we will continue to give our cooperation. No one here loves St. Lucia more than us. We want to see St. Lucia prosper. C'est ça, il dit. Membre pour le Parlement Castries East. Il dit, il y a toujours une corporation pour le gouvernement. Il dit, pièce, même opposition par aimer le gouvernement plus passer flambeau. Et puis, il veut le pays à progrès. Mr. Speaker. Very good words. Very good. Mr. Speaker, remember for Henry North, am I quoting him? We are always providing support. We must be given a responsibility and an opportunity. This is a member for Henry North D. Member from Henry North D, you toujours qu'à support. Et puis, il y a opportunité, et puis, il y a responsabilité pour you faire a contribution, Mr. Speaker. Member for Henry North. Mr. Speaker, my good friend, old farmer, member for Beaufort North, spoke about the farmers, the fishers, and how we have no respect, and about, of course, the French market, and I'll come to that during my contribution, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I'll also come to his contribution as far as recommendations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, was very interested in all the contributions by those members opposite. Was a member from Castries South. What did he say, Mr. Speaker? In a nutshell, observe the protocol. Observe the protocol. We must observe the protocol. And I sat down there and I asked myself, wow, am I hearing the member from Castries South speaking about observe the protocol, observe the protocol, observe the protocol? Mr. Speaker, during the commencement of this Parliament today, we passed many SIs, many salutary instruments that spoke to the protocols, that spoke to the policies that we as a government put in place before the end of the emergency period. And of course, Mr. Speaker, in observing the protocols, we have to take into consideration, serious consideration, as per the SIs, the sanitary instruments, social distancing, wearing of masks, and mass crowd numbers. So, là nous avons dit, nous pouvons observe protocol, Mr. Speaker, and observe protocol. Protocol like I parle about social distancing. Protocol like I parle about wearing masks. Protocol like I parle about mass crowd events. And Mr. Speaker, all what has been said, giving support, observing the protocol, give them an opportunity to participate. I want to bring us back to memory lane, Mr. Speaker, what transpired at the ending of the emergency period. Mr. Speaker, what did you see happening? Did they put the words into action? Did they give support to the government? The answer is no, Mr. Speaker. They deliberately tried to sabotage the process where we were coming with additional laws to assist us to continue to manage COVID, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you parlez, tout est parlé, mais là, vous pour bailler support pour le gouvernement, pour mettre en place loi pour assister nous, pour gouverner COVID, you pas fait. What did they do? They walked out. They said, we are bringing in new procedures, we are bringing new laws that they knew nothing about. But today, Mr. Speaker, we passed a number of statutory instruments which they participated in. And the laws that, the protocol or the COVID-19 Act, Mr. Speaker, was an amalgamation of all these SIs. So which means, I don't understand, why is it that they're saying that they will not give an opportunity, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, what they did again, we stayed back, we passed it. They sabotage the Senate. Yo pavillon Senate là, pour qui ça? Pour empêcher loi passer. Et pour qu'on dise, moi, ou voulez, by support pour le gouvernement, cette ici. So, Mr. Speaker, when you are hearing, Mr. Speaker, that the perception is that those opposite do not want us to succeed as a government in managing COVID, wouldn't you agree, don't answer me, Mr. Speaker, but wouldn't you agree that the actions is speaking to that? Loka dimwe that manière you can behave a parliament, manière you behave le emergency a fini. You pas by support, you pas été là, Mr. Speaker, pour by support, pour nous faire passer loi, pour empêcher ces moun continuer qu'à behave de manière qui a peut-être trois cas, ou pas qu'à dire that behavior you say deliberate. And of course, Mr. Speaker, the talk around is because of the action that took place, the mass crowd. You heard we had the biggest rally. What were the numbers? The numbers of whilst we agreed that we didn't have laws in place because they had boycotted, Mr. Speaker, deliberately. But if you are a responsible leader, understanding what we are going through in this country, you would not behave like that for your own personal gains, Mr. Speaker. You will tell your people, we are not going to march because the protocols are speaking to mass crowd events, the protocols are speaking to wearing masks, the protocols are speaking to social distancing. We should not go out there and march, stay home and be safe. That is what you should be telling your people, Mr. Speaker. So don't come here today. Do not come here today, Mr. Speaker, and tell me, and tell us, and tell this country that you're giving support to what we are doing. Your actions, Mr. Speaker, is not speaking to this. But, Mr. Speaker, we're not surprised. We're not surprised, Mr. Speaker, because some of my colleagues have spoken to it. They don't want us to succeed, but we are going to succeed, Mr. Speaker. We as a government, we are going to succeed with or without the support. So they better come in line and take credit, Mr. Speaker, for the success of this government and, of course, the technical team that is guiding the policies of what we are doing for COVID, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we heard the member from Vivoit North spoke to the farmers and the fishers, Mr. Speaker. And I'm a bit surprised, Mr. Speaker, because it looks like he wasn't aware of the policies of the government during COVID as it pertains to our fishers and our farmers, Mr. Speaker. Because he said that we were preventing the farmers from going and see the cows. I suspect the animals, you know. We are preventing the fishers from going out. Mr. Speaker, we never prevented farmers from going to the estates. We never. We put protocols in place, right, to assist them, for them to be able to go to their farms. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we identify the farmers as an essential service. We put protocols in place, Mr. Speaker, to allow the fishermen to go out. So let même parlement pour vieux fort neuf qu'a dit that nous pêcher farmers aille dehors, nous pêcher farmers aille les animaux, Mr. Speaker. Ça va vrai. Farmers teni permission pour aille les animaux. Farmers teni permission pour aille jardin. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when the supermarkets and the hotels closed, Mr. Speaker, we know there were a number of farmers who would have crops to harvest. based on discussion with the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, he suggested to me, open the St. Lucia Marketing Board and let the St. Lucia Marketing Board purchase the produce of these farmers that they're harvesting. He also suggested, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to use the products in a meal program. So when I'm hearing the member from Beaufort North, Mr. Speaker, saying that we prevented farmers from going onto the estate, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand, and I don't want to use the word that you don't like to hear, but you're misleading the House, Mr. Speaker, and you're misleading the country. And Mr. Speaker, they should stop doing this. Himself, Mr. Speaker, I remembered saying how the fishermen were going out there. You remember, Mr. Speaker, in this honorable House, and we have vehicles going all around, peep, 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 peep. The fishermen are calling for peep, selling their fish. So how are you going to come in this honorable House now and tell us that we prevent the fishermen from going out? Mr. Speaker, I remembered, Mr. Speaker, that when we put the protocols in place, when we reopened, and you allow the fishermen to go out, I remember speaking with the fishermen or the representative, and I told them that one of the biggest challenges that we have in managing COVID is the illegal transportation of people coming in from our neighboring countries. I remember telling them that. And I remember telling them that if we would have a problem, we would have to reconsider the protocols. Now, I'm not going to stay here today in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, and say that my fishermen are all guilty. I'm not going to say that, Mr. Speaker. But we have persons out there that the member from Denry North is quite aware of. He knows them. Those persons who are involved in the illegal trade of persons coming from our neighboring countries. He knows them, Mr. Speaker, and I know he knows them. So, of course, we had to revisit. Now, when we met with the fishermen or the representative, Mr. Speaker, they agreed, they understood. They understood what we were doing, because, Mr. Speaker, if we do not take control and manage this COVID thing properly, si nous pas pour control, if we manage COVID in a manner that we can reduce on the numbers, ça qu'il fait. Pays qui fermé. Non, non, pays fermé, qui ça qui fait? Tout le monde souffert, including the farmers, including the fishermen, Mr. Speaker. So all of us have to come on board and give support to what the government is doing. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I must say that based on discussions with representatives from the fishery subsector, they understood that. They agreed with it. They agreed with it. What they are saying, Mr. Speaker, is a matter of communication. And I do not expect that the Prime Minister had to be responsible to go and inform or meet with the fishermen and tell them that. It had to be the Ministry of Fisheries, the Department of Fisheries, the Department of Agriculture. So we fell short in that regard, Mr. Speaker. But of course, I understand and I appreciate the fact that they said, oh, of course, Mr. Minister, you told us about it. Of course, Mr. Minister, we're quite aware of the challenges that the government is facing. But of course, we wanted to be communicated to as it pertains to it. And I agree with that, Mr. Speaker. So don't come here and pretend that you're not aware of what has transpired, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, banana souffrance. Mr. Speaker, I have made a presentation under the agenda item statements as to bananas to France. I've clearly articulated what the challenges were, what we did, where we were, and what were the decision moving forward. But every day you hear about bananas to France. Every day you hear about bananas to Martinique. We have never said about bananas to Martinique. How we can send bananas to Martinique, Mrs. Martinique is a banana producing country. You know, how we can be sending bananas to Martinique? We said we were going to sell bananas to France. Yes, we said so. And we tried selling bananas to France. But we have challenges, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, what's happened to Windfresh now, we are regrouping, we are re-strategizing, and we're going to come back to this Honorable House and explain to members in this honorable house what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know a lot about elections projects and why we are boring. Mr. Speaker, I remembered and the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Catherine's office, we were at a function in Denrinoff. When the member, the parliamentary representative for Denrinoff, addressed the gathering where we were officially closing a project, they say it's theirs, that's the water project, they say they're the ones who implemented it. No problem, because we know they can't implement. What are going to do is talk. But, Mr. Speaker, the member spoke about you plan things, and in the final year, the 5th year, you still have to implement. And I asked him, but when we are doing it, it's election projects. But when you're doing it, it's not election project. So here it is, Mr. Speaker, new Vinya Kai Conceit. The Honorable Prime Minister presented a work program. We are implementing the work program, Mr. Speaker. We are saying that let's see how we can reopen this economy. Because, Mr. Speaker, you can say what you want. People talk about diversifying into agriculture. Nothing wrong in saying let's diversify into agriculture. But I've said so before, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say it here again. The tourism sector is important for the development of agriculture in St. Lucia. It's important. The tourism sector provides a reliable market for our farmers. Mr. Speaker, you go out there to see how many farmers suffering right now because of the closure of a number of the hotels? Are you aware of that? Because we're overproducing. If we are talking about production just for our locals, Mr. Speaker, we will have problems. A lot of our farmers would have to leave because they would have to sell below the cost of production. So, Mr. Speaker, a thriving tourism sector, a tourism sector that is improving and increasing in hotel rooms is for the benefit of us, our farmers, Mr. Speaker. It's not agriculture or tourism, it's agriculture and tourism. Come and tell me what this is here. So what I'm going to hear, let's talk about tourism and considering agriculture. Where's the market for agriculture, Mr. Speaker? Regionally? St. Kitts? St. Vincent? Where's the transportation? Where is it? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm asking myself, you know, where are we going? We're trying to rebound the economy. We're trying to see how we can reopen the tourism sector, reopen some hotels. But what we heard from the member from Beaufort North as a recommendation, as far as giving support to our St. Lucians. You know what you heard, Mr. Speaker? Put more sinks by standpipes. Put more dispensers by standpipes. Put a young person on a bus stop to disinfect people's hands. How that can help bring bread and butter to the hundreds of St. Lucians that have lost their job? What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, to try and reopen this economy is what is going to benefit St. Lucians. And according to what we are seeing happening, based on the figures from the Honorable Prime Minister, it's working. We are seeing that revenues are increasing. We are seeing that more people are getting work, Mr. Speaker. So we are on the right track. And that is why we are here. That is why we are here, Mr. Speaker, because we know that we can do it, and I have the fullest support in the leadership of Honorable Alan Chastanet, Prime Minister member for Mico South, and all my colleagues in this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I give support to this resolution because, of course, we need to borrow, we need to meet the shortfalls in the implementation of the many projects we have articulated and approved. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Member for Catherine's office.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Member for Barbono.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support to this resolution for borrowing. The resolution is for the sum of 30 million US dollars from the Caribbean Development Bank, broken down into two segments or two amounts, US 10.8 million and US 19.2 million. And there's been much debate about the borrowing, what has happened, the management of the economy, the criticisms leveled at this government by members opposite for the handling of the economy. Mr. Speaker, as we reflect, we cannot treat the economy in isolation of what has happened previously. Neither can we treat the health sector, where we've had a lot of discussions. We've had a lot of contributions from members opposite. Mr. Speaker, the last 20 years of governance of this country, 15 of these years, the persons who are at the helm are the members who are opposite in the House today. So we must never lose sight of the fact that if there is a crisis in the finances and in the health sector, 15 years of governance by the St. Lucia Labour Party would have had a meaningful contribution to the state of affairs in this country today. And that is my preamble to what I am going to deal with. Because, Mr. Speaker, every time a borrowing takes place, members opposite question and criticize, and it's their right to. I don't ever say that they don't have the right to question. But you cannot question what is done if the persons who are doing it have performed better than you throughout your term. You first have to tell me where you failed, what you did wrong, what lessons you have learned, and then you can begin to tell me, okay, because I made these mistakes and I've learned from that, then I can give you some guidance. But 15 years, you have learned nothing. So after 15 years of government, you had a dream and you realize that you now must put the people first. So what happened to the last 15 years of governance? Where were the people? They were last. So all of a sudden now, you realize that you want to put them first, and that's the only tagline you can come with to run a campaign, putting the people first. So how did you put them first in your last 15 years of governance? So, Mr. Speaker, I look at what is before us. A simple bill. Everybody understands the impact of COVID on the economy. And I was taken aback by the member for Castries South. And it tells you how shallow his thinking is. and his ability to analyze basic information, elementary stuff. He cannot analyze it and come up with a sensible solution or conclusion. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said that the economy has rebounded for this last month, that the economy performed up to 86% of the pre-COVID, or if you compare the same thing last year, or what our projections were for the economy. 1 month. So what about the last 8 months that we have collected less than 50% of the revenue? And the payables that you have accumulated. Now, understanding the economy, to do the basic things that you needed to do on a month-to-month basis to keep government operational, you needed about $77 million just to do that. To pay salaries, to meet your electricity bills, to give ministries basic things they need to operate, to pay your interest on your loans. That's on a monthly basis, Mr. Speaker. Now, I would expect that the members opposite, at least the member for Castries East, who's been in government for a long enough time, would have guided the member for Castries South and told him, look here, you are venturing into territory that you are not familiar with. So leave that for people who understand what it is about. But you know, he don't understand what it means when you just come. When I just came to the parliament, Mr. Speaker, I had to take my time and learn what was going on, you know. Government is not something you go to school and you learn. It's not the degrees that count in government alone. Because I've seen those who have the degrees in government, when they are at the helm, they make the most ridiculous decisions. So, Mr. Speaker, looking at the bill that is before us, the motion, the resolution for borrowing. Mr. Speaker, here's what the member for Castries East said. First of all, he tries to justify his actions, and he said that there are people better equipped than him to attend the meetings. And of all the people, 6 elected members in the parliament, 3 senators, and the best equipped person to represent the Labour Party at a NIMAC meeting is a senator who was just fired for his performance in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, is the Labour Party really serious? Or are they taking the people of St. Lucia for a joke? Because I have to think that at least you have 2 deputy leaders. You have a former deputy leader. You have a former 3-time prime minister. Apart from the leader of the opposition himself. And the leader of the opposition can come to the Honorable House and say to the people that the best equipped person to go and represent them and make a contribution at NIMAC to deal with COVID is somebody who could not keep a seat in the Senate and got the worst beating among any candidate in Castries Southeast, maybe who have run elections. What does that? Now, I feel sorry for my friend and member for Labrie. But if that is the best that the Labour Party can afford to send to represent them in a COVID crisis situation, I can well understand. God does not make mistakes. And that is why the Labour Party could not have been in government to manage this crisis, because if that's the best that you all can offer, and I didn't say it, your leader, the leader of the 37,000 voters of the St. Lucia Labour Party was the one who said it. People better equipped than you. I know there are a lot of persons better equipped than him. And he knows that too. At least he has admitted one thing. But at least give your people some credit. You have other parliamentarians, not a fired parliamentarian. I move on, Mr. Speaker. I heard the member say about what you want. But what you want and what you can do, these are two different things. So he was saying that against the backdrop of everybody wants that for St. Lucia. Everybody wants St. Lucia to progress. You really think that St. Lucians believe that the Labour Party wants this economy to perform 100% under the leadership of the present Prime Minister? I said it in the House before, Mr. Speaker, and I was chided by the members opposite when I said, I don't think that they are happy that St. Lucia is #1 in handling COVID. And he can call it half-time, he can call it quarter time, he can call it no time. But for that period of time, St. Lucia was #1, and it was not the Prime Minister who said it. The record of the performance of St. Lucia made it #1 in the region, and maybe #1 among top countries in the world. This is not we didn't rank ourselves. We don't have so much influence with the CDC to rank ourselves. We don't have so much position with WHO to rank where St. Lucia is. And I said to the people of St. Lucia, I believe that the Labour Party was not happy with how well this government had handled COVID. So, Mr. Speaker, you can say with your mouth you want things, but what you do makes a big difference. It's not what you want. So you want St. Lucia to do well. But here's the crisis that we face. And Mr. Speaker, even if other persons have said it, I will seek to put it into perspective as to how I understood it. We came to the Parliament. We had different scheduled dates for Parliament until we eventually came around to the end of the state of emergency. And I want to put that into perspective, because these same members said, and Mr. Speaker, I could not believe my ears, that the members were saying they have supported the government position on the steps that we have taken to deal with COVID. So it must be Ghost that was on the other side speaking there, the days when I was in Parliament. Because it couldn't be people. Because if it's the people who are there today, I know they did not support what we came to do in the Parliament. First to begin, the state of emergency, they had strong opposition to it. And you know what their conclusion was? Under the Environmental Health Act, and Hansard will prove it, that there were enough laws already to govern what decisions needed to be made to deal with COVID. And you know what they said? we're going to give the Prime Minister so much power and authority that he's going to abuse the power and authority. But here was the rationale. They said that, don't talk for when we came for the 3-month state of emergency. That was the end of it. How can we do that? Because they believed that election would be during the state of emergency, so they would not be able to go on campaign. That was the motivating factor. That was what influenced their behavior and their decision. So here's what I read from what happened, Mr. Speaker. They came to the House. We were debating. One time they with you, another time they not with you. But eventually, they knew the ayes would have it. So, the state of emergency was passed, but they had already announced that they were going to have the biggest protest rally in this country. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tie it into what I'm saying there, so you understand the rationale as to how we end up where we are today. So what did they do? When we came, the same COVID exercise that the member for Babono spoke about, that was tabled, they were in opposition to it. The member for Castries East was the only one who spoke, and the rest of them walked out. And when they realized that the bill was passed. So, Mr. Speaker, a hypothetical situation. If 3 members on the government side had been sick, or 4 members, and could not be in the parliament, and we were depending on the opposition to have a quorum to pass that piece of legislation that was so vital for dealing with COVID, we would not have had a quorum, and you would have had to suspend the parliament. But they did not succeed with that. But here's how it comes across. So they knew they wanted to have that big rally on the Sunday, or the protest. So if they stalled the Senate, what would have happened? The bill would not have been passed in the Senate. It could not go to the Governor General to be signed, just to have a protest march. They put the whole operation of the Parliament of St. Lucia into a standstill. Mr. Speaker, and today they want to come in the Parliament and say, we put in the people first. Which people you put in first? You put the Labour Party first. Not the members of the Labour Party who support you, but the executive of the Labour Party who wants to be in the governance of this country. You put that over the health and well-being of the people of St. Lucia. And I don't care if COVID did not spread through your protest march. I don't care about that. But it was irresponsible and reckless behavior by a team of persons who are supposed to be government in waiting. You saw President Trump's behavior, and you saw President Biden. So you want to criticize the Prime Minister for standing in the House, and you want to call it shameful. So your march was not more shameful than what the Prime Minister said in the Parliament today. Your behavior. There's a phrase that says that your actions are so loud that I cannot hear what you are saying. I will repeat it. Your actions are so loud that I cannot hear what you are saying. And that is what the Labour Party has done in this country. So you can make all the noise about you support. Your actions say something completely different. How can we put you in charge of the affairs of this country if that is the behavior that you are going to display in the midst of a worldwide pandemic. I said it before, Mr. Speaker. Members have been misleading this House, the members opposite. The member for Castries is say, how much they love St. Lucia. You love St. Lucia? If you love St. Lucia, what is it you love? Is it the soil? Is it the trees? Is it the position that you hold when you're in government, or is it the people? Because if you love the people, your actions would be things that would protect the people, not things that are at risk of hurting the people. And I can tell you, just out of precaution, nous savons Guamundu, précaution primaire passer guérison. Precaution is better than cure. And if you had any semblance of concern for the well-being of the people of St. Lucia, you would not put a protest march that will contribute nothing to you winning an election over the risk of one remote possibility. You spoke about probability. You come in and lecture the House about probability. Do you know what the probability was of having a protest march of over 2,000 people and the spread of COVID? 5,000? You can call it 10,000. Then that makes the probability 10 times more. That is how probability works. You see, but you all want to come and use terms, for you, Mr. Speaker, they want to use terms that they think people don't understand. You know, so you know the probability of certain things, but you did not know the probability that if perchance one person in that crowd or had contracted the virus, and here's the rationale, you know, Mr. Speaker. Oh, the Prime Minister said there's no COVID. St. Lucia is COVID-free. The Prime Minister, the CMO, the Minister of Health, every one of them, every one of us have been advocating that while we had the 28 cases, we do not know what would happen. During that time, intense negotiations with the minibus operators, wanting to go above the amount of 10 passengers, and the CMO maintaining the position that she's not going to allow them to transport more than 10. And where did the spread begin? With a bus driver. At least that's what the record says. What's the probability of them being wrong? Because I see the member for Castries South shaking his head. So you want to go on probability. So the evidence is showing that it happened. So you don't need probability to determine that. But you're going to use the 16,000 visitors who have come to St. Lucia, and nobody can trace one case back to them, and you're going to say, well, isn't there a higher probability than the 16,000? But if the evidence is not there to back up, so you're going to dispute evidence in the face of probability. Because just to justify your reckless and careless behavior, you made a mistake. Tell the people of St. Lucia, we made a mistake. We were ill-advised, and upon reflection, we should not have had that match. What have you gained? What have you gained from this match? And if perchance, if probability has it that the spread of COVID, and we may never know. We may never know. But is it a coincidence that about 10 days after the match, that the numbers started rising, that you had a case and it started spreading? And I'm not saying that but what is the probability that somebody there could have had it and the spread could have begun there? What? So Mr. Speaker, I want members to understand. And I said, when you are in government, if you get it wrong once, it's disaster. And the member for Babono said it again. There's no blueprint. Every country in the world is trying to find a formula to deal with COVID. We didn't have no books to go and read. We didn't have no prior knowledge. But I have to applaud the team of this government for the excellent job that they have done. And even if we have the number of cases that we have, that takes away nothing from anybody for the dedicated work and the good performance thus far. Because I remember the Prime Minister and member for Mikud South, he kept on saying, we need to stagger the spread. Because we know it was a matter of time. We need to be better equipped. We have put a lot of things in place. You know, the members continue to mislead the House because conveniently now, they realize that the horse has bolted. They're trying to close the door. And I'm going to come to the issue of horses. When I heard a member say the stables in Viewfort are better than our healthcare facilities after 15 years in government by the St. Lucia Labour Party, I'm coming to this. I'm coming to it. Because to have presided over the affairs of government for 15 years, and then to tell me the horse stables in Viewfort is better than our healthcare facilities, and there's no shame among the members opposite for making a statement like this. When you spend 15 years in government, but I'll come to this. That's for a little later on in my presentation. So you all must stop, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite must stop misleading the people of St. Lucia and this honorable house into believing that they were supporting us in the measures to fight COVID. They were more concerned about the election campaign. They can go and have big rallies. They can imagine in the midst of all of this, even after we passed the protocols that they work out on, the man they said who is best equipped to represent them in a NIMAC meeting. Here's what he did in Castries Southeast. A little disco that not the size of 1/5 of this chamber. He calls a community meeting to campaign. It's a good thing the people of the area are much smarter than that, so they didn't go to the meeting. But you see, Mr. Speaker, clouded. Now, that's the man who went to the NIMAC meeting, you know. The best representative of the St. Lucia Labour Party in a NIMAC meeting, in the midst of hearing everything that was presented at the meeting, would go and call a community meeting in a little 2x4 dance hall. Desperation for votes. They don't care who dies and who lives. And I said that without fear of criticism, Mr. Speaker. The behavior of the opposition is one that is callous. And you cannot behave in that manner. The United Workers' Party was supposed to have, we were supposed to have our upcoming convention. But you see, Mr. Speaker, the fourth elections was in September, and then they put it in November. So you see flags, you see banners, you see everything. They say, Alan going to call elections. That was the talk. So they're panicking. The same people who said time coming, you know. They said time is stopping, time is waiting for us. But is they that panicking about time and campaign? And Mr. Speaker, I would rather lose elections and St. Lucia remain safe than to win elections and then the country is in a crisis. Because I have to live here. Some people think it's they alone that live in St. Lucia and other people don't live here. So when you see them, they don't like to grandstand. And they tell you, oh, other people grandstanding. I don't boast about where I live. I'm St. Lucian to the core. I don't have to go and tell that to people. I'd go over and I'd local bread. And I go to the supermarket. I'm St. Lucian to the core. Those who don't buy bread, and those who don't eat guava, and those who don't go to the supermarket, they're not St. Lucian to the core. And I challenge them on this. You see, Mr. Speaker, our actions and our words must mesh. You don't have to just talk the talk. You must walk the talk. So if you send Lucian to the core, you come in and tell me how to spend money. You never go to the supermarket. You don't even know when the price change in the supermarket. It's somebody that had to tell you that. I know when the price of a tin of tuna fish changes because I could say, hey, but the last time I bought that there, it was that price. Today it's a different price. You want to be prime minister of a country and not even a supermarket you go into. So what you eating? Barrels. You don't shop in St. Lucia. But you want to be leader and you want to criticize people who are St. Lucians and you want to say you're more St. Lucian than other people. You're not buying bread in a suit. Going back to the talk, Mr. Speaker, to the presentation. They walked out of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. That's the sad part of it. To pass a bill that was necessary for the protection that we need today. And Mr. Speaker, can you imagine for a moment that we had not succeeded in passing this bill in the Parliament of St. Lucia? What would be governing the outbreak that we have today? What decisions would the country be able to make? What laws would the police be able to enforce? What contact tracing would the Department of Health and the CMO's team be able to do if we did not have these protocols? And honorable men who walked out on the country when the country needed them the most, want to come to this honorable house today and pretend all they're concerned about is money. Or how are you going to spend that money? And they didn't walk out on this bill. They wouldn't walk out because it's money that involved there. You see? But for the rules that will keep St. Lucia safe and help protect the people, they walk out. They march out of the Parliament. You see, Mr. Speaker, that kind of behavior is unbecoming of leaders. I'm not saying there are not times you have to walk out. There are times you have to walk out. But every little thing, all want to walk out. You all have spent more time walking out of the Parliament than you all stay in the Parliament, doing the Parliament business. You know, Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries East, you had 25 years representing the people of Castries East. Mr. Speaker, every time he sit there, you know what he doing me? 5. I don't know if it's $5 to block a hole, or I don't know if it's 5 terms he's talking about. But I assume it could be either one. $5 to block a hole, or 5 terms. And all of a sudden, he spent 15 years in government. Minister of Tourism, Minister of Commerce, Minister of Infrastructure, and Port. and transport. And after 25 years in government, in parliament, 25 years in parliament, 15 years in government, he finally realizes. You see what I mean, Mr. Speaker? 5 can block a hole. Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, after 25 years in parliament and 15 years in government, he finally realizes that he needs to put the people of St. Lucia first. So who was first all the time? I want to ask the members opposite through you, Mr. Speaker, who was first all the time? Because if all of a sudden your slogan is putting the people first, so it means that all before the people were not first. And I knew who was first, you know. But I'll let them say it. I am speaking for them. They will come and tell the people of St. Lucia who they had first for the terms. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what dream he had when he went to bed. And all of a sudden, you know, in my previous campaign, one time I passed and I saw a big banner on the top of the road. And I guess it was a former parliamentarian, so just to say what was on the banner. I saw Menisa Kez. And I said, I didn't know she got married. I said, I didn't know that she was married because it only would have to do if her name is changed from Menisa Rambali to Menisa Kez. Because after how many years of representing people, all of us, people have to know you care, you know. You cannot tell people that you care. People will see and they will feel that you care by the way you deal with them and the way you treat them. You don't have to tell the people of St. Lucia you're going to put them first. How? So why you run in politics? You run in politics to tell people you're going to put them first after 25 years. Mr. Speaker, now I'm responding to what they said, you know. This is what they said about the bill. That they're going to put the people first. Mr. Speaker, everything good for this country over the years have been opposed by the members. I know, my honorable member, it's not how many years, it's the value of what these years produce that counts. It's not how long you live, it's the quality of the life that you live. That is what counts. There are people who live 40 years and they live miserable. And there are people who live for 15 years and they've had the best life. So, everything good for this country has been opposed by the SLP. And Mr. Speaker, the last and latest was the attacks on the CMO by the operatives of the St. Lucia Labour Party. There was a crusade and a campaign to attack an honorable daughter of the soil, who all of us should be proud of. And if we applauded her as the best CMO in the world, then kudos to her because she deserved it. The mighty America, with all of its resources, Italy and the UK, you name the country, China and wherever you went to, St. Lucia, in the first round of COVID, had handled better than almost anywhere else in the world. Shouldn't we give credit where credit is due? But I heard a member for Castries South say, oh, in the same breath that he's saying, oh, I have a lot of regard for public servants because I came in as a cadet what? And then you left as a permanent secretary. But you all will join in criticizing the CMO or giving credit to the CMO for the job that she had done in guiding in the handling of COVID, and you want me to take you serious about your words? So how did we get here today? How did we get to be where we are? How did the economy get to be in the state that it is today? And I said it to the member. 1 month of revenue collection of 86% does not solve the economic problems of the country. And I said it to you. Even when you have 100%, you still run in a deficit government. So even if you collect all the revenue, you would still need to borrow. Now, he likes to use terms. Do you understand what projected revenue is? So you criticize the government about borrowing. But we borrow against revenue streams. We do not borrow and we don't know how we are paying. That is the difference between the government of the United Workers' Party and the government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. You borrow. So if you buy a Range Rover and you go to the bank, when you go to the bank, they will look at what your salary would be over a period of time, and the bank would make a projection as to whether you can meet your obligations of commitment that you already have, and whether you have the ability to pay your monthly installments on that Range Rover. And when you finish paying it, then it becomes yours. Before you finish paying it, it belongs to the bank. So, you don't have the cash, but the bank looks at your projected income for a period of time and makes a determination that you will be able to meet your obligations to pay. The approach of this government, we didn't just go and borrow $100 million to spend on the roads. No. We introduced a gas tax. We look at the revenue collection from the gas tax. And we said to the people of St. Lucia, we are going to collect, you sell on average 20 million gallons of fuel a year. At $1.50, that is 30 million EC dollars that you collect in revenue. So you take a loan against that so you can spend to fix the roads, and while the public contributes $1.50 per gallon of fuel, they are saving because they are getting much better roads on which to drive. And I heard the member talk about how many roads being done in Grosile, because the member for Grosile promised roads and he's delivering roads. Unlike the last campaign, the last budget of 2016, I was in the House, and you know what we called it? The Emma budget. Because almost half of the budget was for roads in Grosile, and election came and gone and they lost, and they still did not fix a road in Grosile. Now you have a real rep who's fixing the roads that he promised that he would fix, and that is against projected revenue. So when you look at the borrowings that we are doing, now I don't expect some of the members opposite to understand this, Mr. Speaker. Then you look at the airport, projected, because they said we've taken $2 billion worth of debt since we came in. They never tell the people how much rollover debt there is. So you take this financial year as an example. All the treasury bills that they had issued, all of the bonds that they had issued, which became mature, with no sinking fund to pay it off. You know what you have to do? You have to roll it over. The rollover is not new debt, except that the interest payments is for a longer period of time, because you have rolled over the debt. But it is not new debt. But they will come and they will tell the people of St. Lucia, oh, all this government is doing is borrowing. The airport money, Mr. Speaker. What happened? We were collecting $35 per passenger. You know what the Labour Party did? They came and they stopped the collection. Now, they did not remove the what we did, they just zeroed it. So they allow everybody to come into the country. And we had about $50 million in the logbox already. Ask them what they did with the $50 million, Mr. Speaker. Ask them to give an account. The leader of the opposition was the member, the Minister for Infrastructure, under whose purview the airports came. So ask him what they did with the $50 million they found in the logbox. But they zeroed it. And you know, after they zeroed it, Mr. Speaker, so everybody...
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, the member has been misleading the House. There was no $50 million in the logbook.
Well, tell us how much was there. That's your point of order? Mr. Speaker, all I have asked for is for them to tell us how much money was in the logbook. You see, they broke the lock, so they can't tell us how much was in the box because we don't know what happened. So you see, Mr. Speaker, but I want to make a more fundamental point about this. And the members came to this honorable house and they said, not a block has been laid at the airport. So you know what? We cannot be charging the people overseas. Yet still, Mr. Speaker, they went and they introduced a levy on water for desilting the dam. And for 5 years, they were collecting money from the people of St. Lucia and not a shovel. And there's a difference. The member who spoke about shovel-ready projects. There's a difference between a shovel and a spade. Okay? I don't know if you know the difference between a shovel and a spade, but I can tell you about that a little later. So when we speak about shovel-ready project, it's not project. So basically, let me tell him something through you, Mr. Speaker. When he speak about shovel-ready projects, according to them, because a block was not laid in the ground, until the airport became a shovel-ready project, they would not begin to charge a levy. That's in essence what they were saying. But later on, we knew that they wanted to make a deal separate and apart from what was there to give the company coming to build the airport $55, so the 35 would not work, so they zero it, so they could come back and introduce it at 55. So you have to read, when you see their actions, you understand what they are doing. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, so on the question of the levy, and I'm making a point about money management, because that's what they always want to criticize us on. You know what? I know the first test run was done, and silt has been removed from the dam. Under this government, under the leadership of the member for Babono and Minister for Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, and responsible for Wasco. So Mr. Speaker, when these members will come to the House, and the least they can do is speak the truth. So how did we get here, Mr. Speaker? What was done to the economy? And I heard the members say, well, so I will read a section of Hansard for you. That is Hansard, Mr. Speaker. Parliament debate, 10th House, 3rd session, budget debate, 29th April 2014 and 30th April 2014. On page 43, the member for Castries East. Yeah, I like you. I know you don't like me, but that's okay. So, So he says, so Mr. Speaker, just to preface, I ask a question about, and I'm responding to the question they ask about our reserves at the ECCB. I heard the member for Castries South come and say, we had to go and use reserves from Grenada. All stories these fellas read. The honorable member, or stories that they read, they just come and they conveniently they use it. But that's why I tell him, go and read Hansard. Take a little time and understand what happened before his time. So when his time comes, he will be able to speak from a position of knowledge and understanding. So I asked the question about the revenues or the reserves that we had in the bank. And here's the response of the member for Castries East to me. He says, during 2013-14, the fiscal deficit was partly financed by sizable drawdowns of the government deposits at commercial banks. Consequently, the growth of the public debt slowed to 4.9%. So what the Minister for Finance did, very simply, so he says very simple, that's no big deal. Very simply, instead of borrowing money at possibly 7% or 7.5% or 6%, he would use the money from the commercial banks because the deposits to the commercial banks are not only 2% or even 1%. So there is a savings on the spread of the interest rate because you have to borrow at 7, and when you have to vary a deposit in at 1%, 2%, and Mr. Speaker, that is further proof. And overdraft is even higher. The overdraft rates are higher. So you leave the money in the bank at 1% and 2% and you borrow. So it is a choice, listen, so it is a choice that the Minister of Finance made because it is simpler, it makes more economic sense at this point to use the cash instead of borrowing. Now that was the Minister of Finance, ably supported by his colleague, member for Castries East, who came and defended him with no financial crisis, no COVID, no world crisis. And you know, Mr. Williams always plays it on his show. The then Prime Minister said, something happened that had never happened before. St. Lucia went to the market and could not raise money under the governance of the St. Lucia Labour Party. And I say, even in a COVID crisis, this government has been able to raise revenue every single time it requires to deal with the affairs of the country.
Mr. Speaker, I can't.
Honorable member.
I have sat here for the Mr. Speaker, this is so blatantly wrong, Mr. Speaker, that the member is saying that St. Lucia went to the market to raise money, and for the first time, we could not raise the money in the market.
Kenny, that said that, not me.
Blanket statement, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are reasons for that. You understand? Mr. Speaker, there are reasons for that. At that time, other countries in the region had defaulted. The market was saturated because St. Kitts had defaulted, Jamaica had defaulted, St. Kitts had defaulted, and that is why the market was in a terrible state. Right now, it's completely different. So I don't understand why he says all these things, which is blatantly not true, Mr. Speaker. I mean, at least if we're having a debate, let's have a debate based on something that is true, something that's sensible. He just chose words.
That's a point of elucidation. That's not a point of order. But I yield.
People are listening to that.
Yes, you did.
Mr. Speaker, I am simply responding to the issues that the members have raised. They said that we are borrowing. They said that they have their concerns about our ability to use the money for the purposes for which it was borrowed. And I'm simply responding to what they have raised. And I am making a point because they ask about our reserves at the ECCB. But I am showing that under their watch, Mr. Speaker, the reserves that we had in the banks. And Mr. Speaker, I have said that. My mother is 86 years, Mr. Speaker. And if I don't have money, she's not working anywhere, I can go to her and I'm sure she would find some money somewhere to give me.
Honorable Member, just to remind you, you have 5 minutes in which to complete your presentation.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is not every time you have cash money, you just go and spend the cash money recklessly. And if we had these reserves, St. Lucia would not be where it is today. It was the mismanagement of the economy. And you know what they did? They credit themselves for reducing the deficit. So they went and take the 200 million that had been saved in the banks in St. Lucia to use for their own budget support. And today, St. Lucia have to go and borrow outside money when we had our money, no crisis. And you want to be in charge of the affairs, and then you come in and say, St. Kitts default. What you always tell us? Mr. Speaker, what they always tell us? Don't tell us about people outside there. Is you all in government, so why you all couldn't raise the money when you all was in government? And the member for Castries, the member for Mikud South, as Prime Minister, has turned around the economy and has re-established confidence in St. Lucia, around the region and around the world. So, Mr. Speaker, the members must stop what they are doing. You know what they said about priority? The member tried to say that the PM said priority is not to transport bananas to the UK. The PM made a simple point. The member for Mikud South made a simple point about branding our bananas. You see how far they've gone? A simple matter of branding. The member for Castries South does not understand what it means to brand. How do you not understand in this? To say that if you are able to identify the bananas as St. Lucia bananas in St. Lucia, then when they go back to their country, if they like the taste of our bananas, which is one of the best tasting bananas that you can find anywhere in the world. Anywhere. I've eaten bananas in many places, and not many bananas anywhere would taste like a St. Lucian banana. So if we're trying to do value added to our bananas, what is the problem? There's something wrong with that? And you say you're in favor of the farmers? Mr. Speaker, the driver, he said we were in breach of the established or confidentiality by disclosing the number plate of the vehicle. So how would we be able to do the contact tracing of the people who needed to be there if you are not going to give the number of the vehicle so that the people who traveled on that vehicle could at least report themselves? Because you had two choices: give the name of the driver, put his picture, give a description, or give the number plate. What was easier to do is give the number plate. But you see, Mr. Speaker, in all what they are saying about supporting the government, we have not heard one appeal to the public to cooperate with the government for the measures that are in place to fight COVID. Not one from the opposition. They say, oh, you're talking about the back door, the back door. It's not the back door alone we're talking about. But I have not heard one of them made an appeal that if people are coming through the back door, stop it. Have you heard any one of them said that for today? No, Mr. Speaker, because that is not their agenda. Their agenda is to divide, is not to cooperate. And Mr. Speaker, in all good conscience, how can we say we care about the people of St. Lucia? And in the midst of all of this, we are not going to appeal. I don't agree with everything that is proposed to me. I had big debates with the CMO, but I still went back and tell the drivers, I will never overrule the decision of the CMO. If the CMO says 10 passengers, it's 10 passengers. If the CMO says 7 passengers, it's 7 passengers. Even if government have to find a way to cross-subsidize the sector. But to come to this house, to come to this honorable house, Mr. Speaker, in closing, and not appeal to the people of St. Lucia and say, oh, as if you all are blaming the back door, but it's not the back door alone, the tourists who are coming here. The tourists are coming in a controlled environment. And I close by saying, Mr. Speaker, I thank God that he makes no mistakes. Because if the SLP was in office today, Mr. Speaker, based on what I've heard from the members opposite, maybe half of St. Lucia would have had COVID today, and our country would be a complete lockdown. But I thank God that we have a government who's compassionate and understanding, but also is firm in seeing to it that we do the right things for St. Lucia. Not for politics, but for the well-being of the people of St. Lucia. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister, tomorrow.
Speaker, I beg that we suspend the House until 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Honorable members, the question is that the House do stand suspended until 10 a.m. tomorrow. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. House is suspended.
Well, you just had the suspension of today's sitting of Parliament, and that is on the second motion being debated today, that Parliament authorized the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $30 million from the Caribbean Development Bank, consisting of a special funds resources portion in the amount of $10,800,000 and an ordinary capital resources portion in the amount of $19,200,000 for the purpose of financing the implementation of policy reform initiatives designed to support St. Lucia's COVID-19 crisis response and achieving fiscal stability. The first motion moved today that Parliament by affirmation resolution approves the draft value-added tax, rate of tax tourism sector goods and services order to vary the rate of tax for goods and services provided by a hotel and other providers in the tourism sector to set the rate of tax for tourism sector goods and services. And from the start of the proceedings today, the usual order on the paper. The paper is laid today by Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Economic Growth, Job Creation, External Affairs, and the Public Service. And we also had from the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries, Physical Planning, Natural Resources and Cooperatives, by the Minister for Commerce, Industry, Enterprise Development and Consumer Affairs, and by the Minister for Tourism, Information and Broadcasting, Culture and Creative Industries. Well, we had one other motion to be moved today, but that now will be moved tomorrow. We have heard the speaker saying that the session will continue tomorrow from 10 o'clock, and we let you know for sure that this has been occasioned by the fact that with the protocols that have been put into place with the situation with Ireland, the COVID-19 pandemic, and with one of the latest being that 9 o'clock should be an appropriate time for persons to be at their homes and to reduce on the possibility of the spread that has occasioned this end of the session today. We anticipated that the member for Labrie the Honorable Alva Baptiste would have had his presentation. Following that, the member from Castries Southeast, the Honorable Guy Joseph, but we then had the Speaker of the House, the Honorable Andy Daniel, deciding that that would be it for the evening, and we are going to continue with the order paper tomorrow from 10 o'clock. So on behalf of all of us here at the Government Information Service and the National Television Network, I'm Ryan O'Brien saying good night, and you can join us tomorrow morning from 10 o'clock for more coverage from Parliament.